Welcome everybody to the second Bahrain testing for the F1 2026 season. We had one last week and we saw which teams have struggled, which teams have done well. So now the teams had 1 week to do some changes, to do some updates, and we'll see who is adapting best in 3 days. And this is the last test before the season starts, so it's very important now for the teams to get it right. We already have almost 100 people in chat, so thank you all for tuning in. This is the Racing Statistics YouTube channel, and if you're first time here, make sure to like the stream, to subscribe to the channel, and we can start with the testing today. There's 18 minutes until the test starts, so we have some time to talk about last week and some news, some things that happened. So yeah, I don't know if you can still hear me, but I think that you should be able to hear me. But if anyone can confirm in chat, yeah, that would be great. See, yeah, I think you should be able to hear me. Says, is this day 3 or day 4? Well, this is actually day 1 of this week's testing, but I guess you can consider it day 4 because it's kind of like continuation from the last week's testing. Okay. Jay, Grash, Naman, they all say that you can hear me, so thank you so much. All right, let's first go quickly through last week's results. Well, actually, first we can mention who is gonna be driving today in the morning and afternoon session. Was the schedule, and then we can go to a recap of the results of last week. So for McLaren, we will have Norris in the morning and Piastri in the afternoon. For Mercedes, we will have Antonelli in the morning, Russell in the afternoon. For Red Bull, it's gonna be whole day Hajar. For Leclerc, I'm getting a bit of conflicting reports. Some say that Leclerc is gonna be the whole day Wednesday, but others are like split Leclerc in the morning, Hamilton in the afternoon. So we will see. Or if any of you knows, please let us in chat. For Williams, we'll have Albon in the morning, Sainz in the afternoon. For Racing Bulls, Lindblad in the morning, Lawson in the afternoon, Aston Martin, Stroll in the morning, Alonso in the afternoon. For Haas, Ocon and then Behrman. For Audi, Hülkenberg, then Bordoleto. For Alpine, Gasly, then Colapinto, and in the end for Cadillac we will have both Perez in the morning and Bottas in the afternoon. So either only Red Bull is gonna be the team that is gonna run one driver all day, or Red Bull and Ferrari. I'm still not sure. Anyway, we're gonna see 20 or 21 drivers in this first day. Drew Blank Music, good morning from US. You're loud and clear. Okay, thank you. Kalash, yes, yeah, day 1, test 2. Yeah, I think it's a lot of numbers, but yeah, it's day 1, test 2 now. The last test before the season starts. Hello everyone, does anyone know what time the test starts? Yeah, it starts in 14 minutes, so you're good to go here. Also, we had a poll in chat for quite a while now, but let's see the results. So which power unit will be the most powerful in Formula 1 2026 season? 42% of you still think that's gonna be Mercedes, then 38 Ferrari, 17 Red Bull, and 4% Audi. I haven't even put Honda here because we know that they are struggling. So yeah, we will see if they can surprise us. Now let's go a bit through the results of last week's testing. So in terms of the power units, we will go through how many laps they have done the last 3 days. So for Mercedes, we have 1410, but there are four teams that are running this power unit. For Ferrari, we have three teams, 1106. Red Bull, 663 with two teams. Audi, 344. And Honda, 203 laps done. So if we are gonna go by average laps per car, then Mercedes has done the most, 235 laps per car, Ferrari 194, Red Bull, well actually Audi 172, then Red Bull 165 laps and Honda 101 laps per car. So yeah, I think for the testing we mostly want to see which team has done most laps rather than just like looking at the timings. So we have McLaren and Williams splitting the first place with 422 laps. Then we have Ferrari, one lap less, Haas 390, Audi 354, Red Bull 343, Racing Bulls 327, Cadillac with 300 laps, Alpine 318, Mercedes 282, and Aston Martin 206 laps. So yeah, some teams have had a lot of issues. Uh, but this is the lap count. Okay, to this. So Cher says, in my view, Mercedes engine is as per rules in the same way flexing was allowed for the rear wings earlier. Is it possible for it to be changing fuel mixture to reduce change in compression rate? Okay, greetings from Macedonia. It's Audi and the experienced teams need to catch up. Okay. We can go to times from, let me see if I can pull it out. We have 10 minutes till start. I hope the timings and everything is gonna work well because I wasn't able to test until the session starts. So hopefully that is all good. We will know it in 10 minutes, probably less. Last week's session, the fastest time happened in day 3. That was Antonelli, 1:33.659. Uh, yeah, I've put on screen the times from day 3 because I think probably they are the most representative because there has been 2 days past and teams have already started to set up their cars and learn more about the cars. So I think showing day 3, uh, maybe we have the timings. Let me see. Yeah, the timings are starting to show up. So I'm gonna switch to them. Here we go. You have to move the chat. Think we're good to go. So pull the each lap time, each team, because for the morning we see 10 drivers, so there's no need to be looking at the others. Yeah, and for the afternoon, I think we'll have to remove it. Here it would mean you fast track dependent when you're closer to the center, if I understand the track correctly. team has the best start? I'm hearing Ferrari is in good position. Well, Sam, I've been pretty bullish on Ferrari, but we will see if this is just me or they actually are doing something. So from last week, the teams with most issues were definitely Aston Martin. They've put very few laps, so we will see if they learn something from the testing and they are gonna come back stronger these 3 days. But yeah, Aston Martin is definitely the team that is struggling the most. Then Cadillac caused some red flags. Alpine also has been struggling a lot. They have been the team with the first red flag last week. So yeah, Laura says, "Where is the Honda option on the poll? I'm a gambling man." Yeah, we can only put 4 options, and I think Honda was the one to be left out. Let me see if I can pull the broadcast. I can actually see what's happening. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'll need to get my headphones so it doesn't mix with what you're hearing, but let me try to set up everything. Sorry for the delay. And if you hear some noise in the background, uh, here the wind is crazy, so it's possible that it's gonna be making some noise for you, but yeah, it shouldn't be too much noticeable. Okay. If you guys have any questions, drop them in chat. I'll try to answer as much as I can. Think I'm all set. This isn't even in the pool from how bad it is. Yeah, we will see. We will see. Maybe they have found something to improve in the last week or so, but yeah, definitely it's not looking good for them. I'm waiting for the new Australia Aero upgrade. Yeah, we all are. Yeah, so thank you everyone for joining, and we have 63 likes. I think we can push to 100 before the session starts. And if anyone wants to try himself as commentator, let me know in Discord or on the email, and yeah, we can set it up. Because I don't think my throat is gonna go through all 3 days, considering how it was last week. There have been some news, so regarding so the chief designer steps down from his position, so that is kind of a surprise, but yeah, he has been with the team for more than 20 years. Yeah, let us know where are you guys watching us from. That's always good to see before the session starts. All they broadcast this time, right? Yeah, this time should be everything broadcasted. Hopefully all the timings and everything is working. And this is actually the regular test or the only preseason testing that we would have if this was a regular season and without all these changes and new regulations. So everything we got until now was kind of gratis, and yeah, the shakedown, the first Bahrain test, this only happens yeah, when we have many changes. Okay, I think we see some movement in the pits from Albon. The RPMs are going up, so he might be the first going out on track. We still have 1 minute and 40 seconds, so very quickly we will go out. The weather is looking good in Bahrain. 26 degrees. Already actually 30 degrees for the track, and air 20 degrees. Yeah, it's sunny, no clouds on track, so everything is looking well. By the way, there might be another small test next week. Grush actually let me know of this, and they want to test the tires in the rain. So basically, Mercedes and McLaren might be or will be the teams that will be testing like the wet weather. So I guess that's just for Pirelli to see how the tires are working. It still hasn't started. We have, well, 10 seconds. Actually, I think I need to also open up this for the updates. Okay, we have cars on track. Ocon is, I think Ocon is going out. Yeah, Hulkenberg is going out. Antonelli also is going out. So we have the cars out. Yeah, we have some practice starts happening because that also is gonna be a big maybe issue for some teams, but maybe some teams have gotten it right, like Ferrari. Fred was warning all the teams on this a while ago, but they ignored him, and now it seems like Ferrari is the most prepared for this, and some drivers are afraid that this is gonna be a safety hazard, or they will be just losing, as Piastri was saying, 5 to 6 positions on the start if the car goes in anti-stall. So that will be interesting to see how the teams are gonna handle it. Yeah, it looks like it can be quite messy. Okay. See the Mercedes on track. Yeah, the cars have those sensors. At least the Mercedes car has that sensor. Like the structure behind the front wheels. That actually looks kind of cool, I think. Yeah, Grash is doing the commentary in chat more than I am on the mic. Yeah, Kimi has the air brakes. The Mercedes power unit that have to charge so long. I see other teams just launching as normal. Yeah, that might be just testing something. Williams has air brakes on 2 points between the wheels and on the back of the car. Okay, Hulkenberg, Antonelli, Leclerc, and Norris, Albon, Hajar, they are all on track. It's been so long that we have seen the cars on track. I mean, I last week I haven't been watching the last hour of the broadcast, so this is a first for me. But yeah, it's really nice. Okay, Grash says, give me a few minutes and I can jump on mic. Yeah, whenever you're ready, just let me know on Discord. And this will be a first for us this season, guys. We are gonna hear Grash, and I am gonna be able to work a little bit on the timings and on the screen because there are some things I need to adjust. We're already at 86 likes, 640 people watching, so make sure to hit the like button. It really helps us out. Norris, Hadjar, Albon, Leclerc, and Antonelli are the cars on track now. We see some purple sectors, mini sectors, of course. We have sometimes Leclerc 138.356, then Antonelli 139.145, and Norris 139.258. Those are the three cars that have some representative times. Leclerc is still pushing. He's setting some purple mini sectors in sector 1 and then in sector 2. So I think he might be improving his time again. Okay, Leclerc is still setting purple mini sectors. He is now in sector 3. Probably is going to be improving his time. Going for last lap. Yeah, he's slowing down in sector 3, but yeah, I don't know if he's going to improve. Seems like he's not pushing. Yeah. Albon and Leclerc entered the pit. So now we see Norris, Antonelli, and Hadjar on track. Start, start having some times into the sheet. A lot of times actually. Alonso is now going out. Let's see if they are gonna go about above 12,000 RPMs into the main straight. I don't know if he's gonna be pushing in his first lap. Yeah, Alonso is out. 100 likes. Thank you everyone for hitting the like button. Yes, set the overall best time 1:37.976. We have Leclerc in second, Antonelli in third, 1:38.731, and now Hadjar is setting his best time 1:44.461. So those are the four cars that have set representative times. For the rest, we still wait. We're still missing 3 cars on track so far. Okay, there is Lindblad is going out, so now we're missing only 2 cars that gonna be Alpine and I believe Cadillac. They still haven't hit the track. Alpine was last week also. They were the last car out and they brought the first red flag, so hopefully it goes better for them now. Yurita, hello there, good morning. Good morning to you too. Okay, to bring up these timings, let's see if I can find them. So far for the speed trap, the top speed is for Norris, 320 kilometers per hour. So they are going quick pretty early, I would say. For Alonso, we're still waiting for a representative time. Stint thing. And because we're only gonna see 11 drivers in this session. So for the rest, can be looking at the lap time so we can see like the long runs and yeah, who is doing some consistent times. So far, we don't have any big stints. Norris 6 laps, Leclerc 3 laps, Antonelli 5 laps, Hadjar 4, Ocon 3, Hulkenberg, Albon, Alonso all did 2 laps. Also Lindblad. Isaac Hadjar is improving his time 1:43.174. So that's the slowest time on the sheet for now from the 4 cars they have done it. Alonso back into the pits. see time since, so I think I. Oh no, it's just like we only have mm, people with 5, 6 laps, so that's why you can see them. But yeah, they should be visible for you. Evan Ocon setting a new personal best time 1:40.429. Yeah, no, there's a bit of an issue with his GPS. He appears like he's stuck in the pit lane, but yeah, he's out on track. Says it's 1:11 a.m. Forgive me if I mess up spelling. Yeah, I'm messing up a lot of things. Here is like 8 a.m. So weird times. Okay, that's a big lockup for the Racing Bull. He went off track. Yeah, but seems that he can manage it running. He's back on track. But that was a big lockup. A lot of smoke. We're expecting a lot of red flags this session if Grash especially joins. So be prepared for that. Yeah, yeah, he slided a bit there, losing the rear end into turn one. Yeah, on the right front wheel, a big lockup, and he just went straight on turn one. Luckily, there's nothing to hit there, so he was able to rejoin the track. But it looks scary with all the smoke. Okay, I think anyone who has been here this season knows that if you want to summon Grash, you need to throw G's in chat. So let's see you guys do it. And we will have Grash into the commentary for the first time uh, this season.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or dead of night. Welcome to the Race Statistics channel. Yeah, we're live here on Twitch and YouTube. You see, shout out to our first chatter over on Twitch. Just give you guys, thank you for showing up over on Twitch. I want to thank everyone over on YouTube, like Blue Hawk, Shay, Romont. You're one of the new guys from. I think you're one of the people who got subscription. Shay's here. Oh, so there's only a few of you. These are the people who are in green over in YouTube chat. Again, you guys are I refer to you guys as the family. Um, Again, those that are subscribed to, are subscribed to the channel. Otherwise, the army and everyone else, our race fans, welcome to our first day of test two or some people are saying day 4. Doesn't matter. Um, Looking at what right now. How's Aston Martin performing today? They've done installation laps so far, so it's too early to say. Same with Gasly. The only one who's not out right now is Checo, and he was not in his car. He doesn't have his does not have his helmet on. He's not in the car, so I'm not sure what's going on with Cadillac at the moment. So. Hi, is Oscar testing today? No, Oscar's not testing today. Oscar will be testing in the afternoon. Lando right now is in the car. So just to go, who we expect today? Lando Norris is in the Lando Norris, Kimi Antonelli, Ike Jar, Charles Leclerc, Alex Albon, Aaron Lindblad, Alonso, Esteban Ocon, Nico Hulkenberg, Pierre Gasly, and Sergio Perez. Of those, all 10 of them have been on track, with the exception of Sergio Perez. He's the only driver of the 10 who's suspected today who has not gotten on track. And I don't have a word yet why. I'm going to have to go look up information. Gasly right now, Gasly right now, 136.470. Top of the board. That just happened on my screen. Fastest first and second sector. Norris right now is a second and a half back. Uh, Antonelli is about 9,000 behind Norris. Leclerc is 1.8 back. Ocon is 2.9, so 2 seconds, 0.9. Lindblad 5.3, and Isaac has done 6.4. Hulkenberg, Albon, Ocon, and Alonso have done basically insulation laps. They've either come out, come out of the pits, went around, came back right in without finishing the lap, or have done basically. Hulkenberg and Alonso have done that once, and Albon has done that twice. Though Albon is out right now on track right at the moment. We've got Gasly and Albon on track as we are at the moment. Getting word in chat about one of our community members. Her name is Paula. She is a legend in chat, and she's not here right now. And I'm hearing that she's been in surgery since Monday. Is in the UC at the moment. So that is, yeah. It's intensive care. Sorry, that's show that. Yeah, definitely. All pray for Paula. She is a wonderful person. She's been a wonderful community member as well. So, did Asper done for it? No, it's still early, guys. I mean, right now they've done an installation lap with me. Basically, Alonso went around, came, and then on the second lap came back into the pits. It's not much. What does the small purple bars on the clerk sectors mean? So purple means he's done the fastest in those sectors. He was the fastest driver of the day so far. So purple means fastest. So Gasly right now has the fastest lap. His times highlighted in purple. You'll see green is basically the driver has improved on their best times in that sector, or that's again, and then we've got the subsectors. So we've got the sector times, and then the next, all those little bars are all the subsectors. Yellow means that the driver has not improved. So right now, Gasly's on a lap. He did a push lap. He's now doing a much cool down lap, a very, very slow cool down lap. Blue means that a driver is either leaving the pit. So if you see it in sector one, it means he's left the pits. If you see it at the end, like everyone else, like Norric and Antonelli and Leclerc, means they entered the pits. Finally, the last color you might see is red, and that's not good. That means someone has stopped on track. Just looking right now. Again, this is Crash. I don't think I said my name. It's been a few months. Been a few weeks since I've been last on air. Again, we are looking for more people to be commentators on the channel. As much as I enjoy being on air, I can't do every session. I can't do every race. I can't do every quali. Don't get me wrong. I had fun last year, but it was a grueling grind. And if I were to do that again this year, I'd probably burn out. So we are looking, and I've had this conversation with multiple people, and I've had some of my family members have had an interesting discussion with me. So don't want to go through that again with them. But ultimately, yeah, we are again looking to expand the channel. It's really what we're looking to do is looking to expand the channel with more talent, more people to come on. What does blue mean sector? That means around. That means that is a driver has either entered or exited the pit. So in the case Leclerc has 3 blue sectors. That's the area where he's left. That's the pit area. So he's left the pits onto track. So this is an outlap for him. If you look again up above him at Antonelli and Norris, their sector 3 ends with three blue. Is it three? No, it's just two blue sectors, and that's where they've entered the pits, and so they're now pits in the pits right now. What tires are they on? Leclerc is on a hard tire, and Gasly is on a. I don't know. That's not showing the correct tire history. I don't. It's showing a prototype tire. I don't know why at the moment. F1 TV is not showing the timing chart, so we'll hold on that. But we do know that Leclerc is on a. Did I say hard tire? No, that's a medium tire. My apologies, everyone. And is it used? So if you see there's a hash through Leclerc's tire, that means that the tire has been used already. So he's already been on this tire once already. So he's out on a tire that's been previously used. He's gone 11 laps on this tire set so far. I don't know which tire Gasly is on specifically at the moment, but it's 4 laps on a new set of tires effectively. Primary health shot based on pure reliability. I think this season will have the most DNFs in many years. Yeah, I think we will see more. And it's partly because they'll happen more in earlier in the year because teams are trying to push engines harder than they should. One thing I should note right now, one of the things I've been noting, uh, Charles has what's called the FlowViz paint. So basically, his back wing has green paint splattered across of it, and he went out and it's on the back of his wing, down the sides of the wing, and across like where the diffuser is. So it's just the whole back section of the car, and so they're basically throwing paint onto the car to see, and it's a special formulated paint to see how it spreads effectively. Al is here. Hey, Al. Again, one of the Greens channel members. Again, I make it a point to shout out to all you guys, gals, I should say. So because Charles, so he has some sectors where he's the fastest again. I think this is the actual lap. He does a 137.218. That puts him at the second. That's 0.842, which is again, this is early. It's testing. We saw 133s at the end of day 3 last week, so about 3-4 seconds off from where we were last week. So Charles went off track a little bit on that last lap. Or was it Charles? Or was Gasly? Just the replay of Gasly going off track a moment ago. Hi, Crash. Fantastic to have. Yeah, it's great to be back. Last week was just odd for me because, for real life reasons, partly work was part of that. So I wasn't, and then on top of that, the F1 TV was only broadcasting 1 hour of each day last week, which is I got you. Let's talk about those first two testings. The first one, the shakedown in Spain and last week's testing. Um, Not sure what F1's doing. As I talk at the moment, Norris is on track right now. He's on an outlap. He's in sector 3 right now on that outlap, and he's about to come across the line. Just would potentially be a flying lap. Leclerc on that last lap just had a fastest third sector. Again, that was a 137.735. Improves a 0.359 behind Gasly. So we're not quality range yet, but we're getting clerk. Again, Gasly, Leclerc, maybe Norris are going to get closer into race range. Who was coming last week? The boss was actually a good portion of it. And then on Friday we had a special guest commentator from. I'm blanking on the name of the. It's our bingo. Um, there we go. It's our bingo. There's we bingo league basically. Trace, thank you. Thank you. So it's bingo.trace. And then it click on the link, it'll bring you to our league. Um, Boss has a card, I have a card. We got like 30, 40 people who have already submitted a card. It's not we still got some there's still some time before how it works is basically there's bingo boards that you select basically a scenario of what could happen. Oh, Evan was on last week as well. My apologies. Thank you. Thank you. Evan was on. Yeah. Oh wow, we have 145 already in the league. So there going to be multiple boards is what happens. So the first board that we have right now is for the season. That will get locked down, and then there will be another board for each race effectively. So there'll be a board for the Australian race. Clerk right now is on hards. Sorry, the clerk was on mediums. Norris has now done a 134.766, flying, full flying lap, full purple lap on hard tires, no less. So if you guys are looking to do get jump on board, now's the time to do it for the F1 Bingo League. And we're doing a replay here. What happened to Nico? So we just had the yellow flag out for a moment, and that's because Hulkenberg stalled the car. He was trying to do looks like a practice start or a getaway at some point at one location. He stalled the car. He was on track, so that's why we had a yellow flag. He is running right now. Ooh, ooh! I'm just getting a better look at the Audi livery for. I've only seen it from the side in the renders, but on track. Oh, that wing is wing has the Audi logo on it. It just looks damn good. Again, Audi is previously was previously the Sauber team. Last week they were in the last year they were for the last 2 years they were in the kickstake green logo car. And now that Audi is now in full control, goodbye gambling website basically. So Stake, for the most part, they were in under the Stake livery because that was the website for streaming. Because the Kick, oh no, it's Kick. Sorry, it was the Kick logo because the Stake logo is a casino group effectively, and that got there were so many places where that livery, like having the Stake name on the car, got them in trouble. So good. I'm glad they're gone. To be quite honest. Kick is a Twitch clone to the point where they basically copied the look and more underneath the hood. They copied a lot more than they probably should have from Twitch, because basically Twitch doesn't allow gambling, and Kick was like, well, we would have, yeah, Kick. That's basically why Kick exists because they allow gambling on their website. Do you mean Stake F1 Kick Suburb? I mean, they're gone. They're now the Audi team, the real firemen. So yeah, I'm looking at now the Audi livery, and in real light, in not renders, that livery looks really cool. Kimmy's flying. He is. He's got the fastest first and second sector right now. He finishes top of, and he loses. He improves in sector three. He doesn't improve the last half of that sector. He something must have gone wrong around turn 14, or he lost energy at the end of that straight. The other thing that could have happened. Norris right now cooking. He's got a good sector one brewing right now. But Kimmy's got a 134.437. Norris is in the 134.766. He's only 293 behind Antonelli, which is actually not bad. Yeah, again, that was their full name. They're now just Audi. What happened to Kimmy? Yeah, something screwy happened with Kimmy just before turn 14. So, again, we've had 10 of the 11 drivers who are supposed to be out on track so far. The last one so far the only one who has not gone out yet has been Checo. He's not even in his car. Doesn't even have his helmet on. He's like sitting in the garage. So I don't know. But this is a good time to figure out what's going on. See if see if there's anything on the F1 website in terms of commentary. So again, if you guys go to the live, there's a live timing section. There's a leaderboard, there's a driver tracker, and then there's also a commentary section. If that would Aston Martin redemption arc? No, I wouldn't say it's a redemption arc. I mean, it's just basically. I mean, are they behind the curve right now? Yes. But we know that that's typically the case. Like Newey's cars, when the first iteration of a new Newey car, we know historically not all there, and it's like there's things working, but not. It's not a complete. It's not a banger out of the gate. And I would give Aston Martin this year. I mean, he hasn't even been with the team a whole year, so I would give Aston Martin this year. To figure out what's going on with that car. I would say Silverstone and after Silverstone is where that car, like I would think that ultimately that right now Alonso's on track right now, but I would say after Silverstone at that second half of this year, they could be very much a team to look for in terms of being in the top five. Again, this is also the first year with Honda with this team. Again, it's a weird scenario because Honda was with Red Bull, but Honda decided to leave, and so Red Bull bought out the IP and a lot of equipment and facilities and brought over people because they were leaving, and that's now the Red Bull powertrain team that's now working with Ford. What's happening to Lindblad? Lindblad, just look, he's slowing. See if there's something on TV that I'm not seeing. Yeah, he is going slow. Is there a reason? Here comes a replay when he started this lap. Ooh. So they're replaying the audio, particularly this audio of the car, and he gets to the end of the turn. Gets to turn one, and yeah, something is just fall. His engine just falls off, and it goes in a lower gear, much lower rev amount, I should say. Yeah, so we were saying what was going on with Lindblad. Basically, it's a huge lift and coast, effectively. 1,600 watching right now on YouTube. We've got 22, 24 right now in Twitch. Say hi to Wu Tang again, Sassbox. Do we see any upgrades to Frey or other teams? I don't think we've seen upgrades as of yet. I wouldn't call them upgrades at this point because we're so early in the season. Matt 2010 Mass redeemed shout out over in Twitch. Thank you so much. Again, we are on both YouTube and Twitch, so I am trying to balance both going on at the same time. Set up both windows properly. And even if there's more than one discount per year for F1 TV, those are usually for new widget in YouTube chat saying, asking about F1 TV discounts. Yeah, but those are for new members, though. So if you are an existing F1 TV member, you're not going to get any of those discounts. I just do want to remind everyone in chat, we have minors in chat. We have people under 18 in chat, so please keep it kid friendly. So don't swear. Usually there's a bot that takes care of that, and I'm not sure why the bot did not hit you with at least a removal. Yeah, Isaac is driving. We know that Isaac's going to be driving all day today. Max looks like possibly all day tomorrow. So we'll definitely see Max tomorrow, at least half of the day or the whole day. Lonzo set a new personal best, 138.380. So right now we've got Lindblad and Alonso. And if thought there was a dedicated F1 kids thing that minors watch. We know that we have kids in our community. I know there are people who are under 18 in our community, under 16. I should be able to recommend you to my nieces and nephews without blinking or having a second thought about it, guys. So come on. Did Ferrari bring the aero pack? I don't think they've changed the car dramatically. I'll have to look up if there's anything in that regards. you think Williams will be competitive this year? Yes. Yes. They will be competitive. They are in. So again, we've got the top four, which is going to be Ferrari, Red Bull, Mercedes, McLaren, and then we've got the next group of cars, and Williams is definitely in that next group. Haas is in the next group. So there's again there's three tiers. There's the top four, the mid tier, and then there's the back markers. And right now, it looks like Aston Martin right now is in the back markers of the moment until they figure out what they're doing. Ooh. Can I Azumi in chat? Well, wow, I just realized Sonoda is not here anymore. Not on the grid. They are a reserve driver though right now, as far as I know. The last I heard that Kimi and Sonoda was now a reserve driver for the Red Bull family. What does the T mean on the tire? It's the indication for a prototype tire. Let me see if F1 TV is showing any better. Yeah, so Leclerc shows us. So Leclerc and Lindblad are showing a prototype tire on the grid on our grid. F1 TV is showing them they're using a C3 tire, so it'd be essentially the medium. C3 is going to be the medium tire. C2 is going to be our hard tire, and I believe C4 is our soft tire, our red tire, this week. Where's Cadillac? We don't know. They have not put the car out. Again, 45 minutes already into the session, and they haven't got a lap to their name as of yet. So that is what is going on. I'm not getting commentary on the F1 website at the moment, so maybe Tsunoda goes to Aston Martin if Alonso retires. Well, there are other possibilities for Aston Martin if if Alonso retires. I don't. Maybe with, but I don't know. Cadillac is here. They haven't been on track yet. Be very clear. They are here. They are in the garage. But Checo hasn't got into his. He doesn't have his helmet on. He's not in the car. They haven't. But the car hasn't been on the grid yet. Very interesting. What is the blue in the second times? Green for improvement, purple for best, yellow for not improving. So what's the blue? Blue means you either left or you've entered the pits. The other color that you may see on the chart is a red, and that's when someone has crashed or stopped on track. And we just got a replay of Leclerc locking up. This being the last test period, are we expecting the team to push the max today? Well, not today. Today is the first day of 3 days in this test period. Ooh, the Red Bull. This is getting a really. This is my first time getting a really good look at the Red Bull in live action. Oh, Red Bull looks really good. That it's a throwback to an older livery, but it looks really good. Stands out. The other nice thing that they've done with the livery is that the back fin on the Red Bulls, and I think there's another team that's done it, but they put the car number on the back fin. So this is car number 6, which is Isaac. Max has the number 3 on the back of his car this year. And that actually really helps, to be quite honest. Is this being broadcast? Yes, it is being broadcast on F1 TV. So I've got a screen. I've got a 2-screen set up. I'm working from, and on one screen I've got F1 TV, and then on the second screen I've got most of the broadcasts, Twitch chat, YouTube chat, all one screen. Um, we might not see the full potential on the particularly the top 4. We might not see the full potential in those cars. Like right now, we're like, Antonelli's doing 130. Did his best lap is a 134. We saw 133s at the end of last week. We'll probably maybe see a 132, 133, 132 probably at the end of this week. It is a full day of broadcast. So right now we are about 48 minutes into this first session. We've got 3 minutes and 12 seconds. I mean, 3 hours and 12 minutes left in this morning session. When we hit at the end of the session, there'll be about an hour break, and then we'll start up the afternoon session with another 4 hours. It looks like F1 TV is not going to broadcast between. So when this session ends, they're not. It looks like they're not going to broadcast continually through the hour break. So they're going to stop their stream and then spool up the stream again for the afternoon session. You need Pro. So this is going to get dicey. So if you're not in the United States, you would need to get F1 TV if it's available in your country. Leclerc just did a 133.739, so that was unexpected. That's 7/10 faster than Antonelli. So right now we got Leclerc, Lindblad, Albon, and Gasly on track. If you are able to get F1 TV, you need at least the Pro. Premium basically gives you. I don't know what they've done with Premium, but Premium basically gives you more options, multi view options, and a couple other things, higher resolution, whatnot. And that's right now the only thing that's operating right now. When it comes to the season itself, if you are in the United States, you have to have Apple TV. In fact, there's now an F1 section in Apple TV for all the sessions. So fortunately, like the the practices, quality of the race, like all those sessions are already set up in F1 TV for the Australian Grand Prix. So that's cool. I think the only thing that's gonna next year I'm gonna be concerned about is whether they're gonna show preseason testing. Tyre. If you have Apple TV, you get F1 TV free. Yes, but you've got to link your Apple TV account to your F1 TV account in order to do that, and that's not clear from if you're not using the apps themselves. It's a weird setup. What type is a T tire? That's the indication of a prototype tire, but that has been something. It's also a data error. Like Lindblad and Leclerc, I I think Leclerc was on a medium tire. Typically, those have been medium. The C3, the yellow C3. Um, if you are in See, if you're in the United States, you need you're getting F1 through Apple TV. If you're not in the United States, Apple TV is not how you're getting F1. Not getting F1. So that is what's going on. Why is showing two Red Bulls and two cars and no Cadillac? Because Max, just how the board is at the moment. Max is in that 11th spot because basically there is no basically Checo hasn't got on track to fill that spot. So Leclerc right now is on an outlap. I'm not sure what tire he's on. And then Lindblad, no, they just pulled the timing chart again on F1 TV. But typically, the part that T tire has been a medium tire. You know, that yellow the C4 yellow medium tire. Ooh, big lock up on Lando. He misses turn one. Yeah, so like we don't have data on Lindblad. He's on a C3, which is the yellow medium, marked as the medium tire this week. Kirk is still listed as an outlap without listing his tire. How many yellow flags so far? Just one. We had an issue where Hulkenberg was trying to do a practice start. It looks like he stalled the car, and that's one of the things that there's a meeting that's supposed to happen today at some point, and they're I know McLaren is bringing 3 points of concern that they would like to try, and basically one of them being a change to the start configuration. Is Lando off the track? No, this is just a drone shot. Okay. So one of them is they want to be able to basically when the last person gets to their grid spot, they want to give like about 10 seconds for them to charge up their turbos so they can go and race right away without how get the turbo spooled up properly so they can race right away. So Alonso does a 136. He's only 2.7 back right now. He's on a medium tire. Norris is on the C2. That would be the hard tire. Showing it in yellow when it's supposed to be white. F1 TV, get your stuff in order. Again, their F1 is referring to them in terms of their compounds. So C2, C3. I think the hard would be C4. I don't know if Ferrari has changed the engine for this test of Bahrain. I would think they would be still using if the engine's in a good condition, they'd still be using it. And then start with a fresh engine with yeah. I mean, I wouldn't think they would bring a new engine this weekend and put stress on it. Hard is C1. No, hard is C2. The white hard marking is C2. And the medium, this is doing a replay of Hulkenberg's stall. This was about 15 to 20, maybe 30 minutes ago. Again, this is Grash with you, back for the first time this season. Again, you're listening to the Race Statistics channel. We're on Twitch. We're on YouTube. Is he? I think. Is he running a prototype tire? Not homologated yet. So last week's engines have been stripped down, and I mean this is yeah. People are again asking in multiple chats about the T on the chart. That's the prototype tire. We are assuming that it's equivalent to the C3 because that's what we've been seeing lately, but don't hold me to it. I don't have the exact information about that. What did Sky say about the Ferrari tires? Someone mentioned about them. Is there something special about them that I don't know? People are pointing out that AM is pulling a sneaky. I would expect them to be doing better if a faster time. Hulkenberg's coming into the pits. That would be expected after stalling again. Melbourne race start is going to be far. Yeah, if they don't change the race start, that start of the race is we're gonna see, not just it's gonna be fired because people are gonna stall. That really, what we're looking at is people. Ooh, what am I seeing off the back of their car? Like something came undone on the Aston Martin. I see. I know there was another Pirelli test that we're talking about. I think it's racing thing is the light on the back. That's very much the case. Could be. Where are the Cadillacs? We don't know where the caddies are. They haven't sent Checo out yet, and I don't know why. But one of the things we know that not Aston Martin, Mercedes and McLaren are due to do a test with Pirelli with mule cars. So and they are. Can't see if they've got a screen up in front. I don't know if Checo's in the car, but they are around the car. Another different accent. Does this channel have admin from every continent? Not yet. We're working on South America at the moment. We need someone. Well, no, Ryan is from South America. He hasn't been here in a while. I don't think we have an African commentator as of yet, so that we don't. So almost every continent. Yeah, but this is Crash with you live again. You guys were listening to the boss earlier. Last week we had Evan, who's from Australia, specifically Tanzania, and then we had, I believe, the bingo person from the bingo. I'm forgetting who it is. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Everyone, give me a break. I think they're from the UK. Is it possible to disable battery assist for all cars for the first lap during the start? Um, it's a technical issue. And it's not necessarily it's not a question of can they do it. Is will they do that? Motions. Right now, I know that McLaren is going to bring forward a motion to basically change the start procedure so that when the last car gets into their pit box, they then go into 10 seconds to basically charge up the turbo so that they don't stall, like basically stall out. Phyllis, I'd like to be a commentator. I'm from South Africa. That's perfectly fine. Get on our Discord, talk to the boss. Battery's the problem. It's the turbo. Yeah, it's the turbo is the problem. Starts. And I've heard that if you're under 50 kilometers an hour, the battery not gonna do anything. Not gonna help you. You can't get the power from the battery. So and Ocon doesn't show he's on new tires. It shows that he's on a set of mediums that have had 6 laps on them already. So, already passed our first hour, an hour and 4 minutes. Welcome to the Rangers channel. Again, this is Grash with you live with coverage of day 1 of test 2 at Bahrain, or some of you guys have been saying day 4 of the Bahrain testing. Either way is fine. My first session back with you guys. So that's really cool. Yeah, last week was just weird for me, unfortunately. There was a potential for me to come on, but it just didn't fully materialize. So they already wanted it last year. They were prepared to the engine for that, so they used their veto. Um, is that I heard I heard that that's how they were going into that session. But I don't know if the meeting that I'm talking about has actually taken place. So I've heard. I don't know if they've used their veto yet, or if that's going on, or I haven't heard what about anything about that this session. Again, it's still too early in Bahrain. I think that where those sessions actually took place. Is there anywhere I can watch this session live as well? Only the last session of the day. No, you can watch this live right now. It's on F1 TV. Again, if you are in the United States, you're kind of up the creek at the moment. You have to go. Basically, you have to have your Apple TV account in the app, and then open up the F1 app and the F1 TV app, and somehow they get linked together. And I don't fully, yeah, it's one of those I don't fully understand what the heck is going on there. And that would then give you access to F1 TV. So yeah, the problem is not battery chain. It's more that they don't harvest enough it's a combination of the battery doesn't have enough to go full straight, and then um, they don't have enough recharge power. It's not all there to get it back up really quickly. That's the issue that we're gonna. It's gonna be we're gonna be talking about this all season long. Oh, looking at Alcon right now. He's on the medium C3 tire. Again, all this with Apple TV and F1 TV, that's only for us Americans. We are blessed or privileged or however you want to say to have Apple TV as our sole provider for F1 for the next 4 or 5 years. I had to make an Apple account this past week, so hooray! Throwing size and last race. I thought the PW I thought the PW got smaller because they removed a component. But they increased it with the new electronics battery pieces. Do you know how the streaming services work? Basically, Apple now has a F1 section on their in their app on the website, whatnot, and basically it's set up for Melbourne. So it's not doing anything with preseason, but all of the and it has both. It looks like it has both. It has both the F1 feed and then the Sky Sports feed. So if you're still used to watching like the Sky Sports, like if you're coming from ESPN, you got the Sky Sports feed on ESPN. And so they've got both basically what would be the F1 TV commentary crew and the Sky Sports commentary crew. Um, I know you guys like Crofty, but I just don't. Yeah, he does nothing for me, people. My apologies. I prefer the F1 crew. You know, don't promote Melbourne that way. It's Melbourne, better than Mel bottled. Sorry, this is not TMX Marduk stream. I joke because I do enjoy his streams. So Hugwork just did a new lap. He's eighth. He does a 137.103. He's 3.3 back. What's blue mini sector? That means someone's either entering or exit the pits. So Leclerc did a basically what would be an installation lap where he left the pit and then came right back in the same lap. Oh, F1 streaming doesn't become like NBA streaming in the future. No, because the reason why NBA streaming is and like Major League Baseball is because there's multiple teams. Ultimately, I know the NA, not the NH, and yeah, the National Football League basically is got multiple services that you have to be on to watch every single game if you wanted to. Kind of crazy. Yo, sir, namaste from India. Namaste to you, sir, TSG Hollow. I'm excited to see Haas this season. They look like a top five team. Top five types, yeah, the five, six position. They're in that, Formula B, is that some people call, that's, the top, five, six, seventh team on the grid. They're definitely in that area. Who's the grim? I'm British and the bias is insufferable. Yeah, no, the worst probably is probably at Major League Baseball. Because basically, every team had like all the major teams all had their own networks before the MLB formed their network and tried to bring it all together. It's just a mess. And then there's the issue of providers contracts falling apart. I think some of the Bally channels have fallen apart, so that's yeah. Hey, the Sky exclusive? No, Sky is not exclusive to UK. I mean, for the most part, but like previously, if you were watching ESPN, you were getting the Sky sports broadcast. Um, Sky is not exclusive. Again, Sky is actually, if you dig into the F1 section of the Apple TV website slash application, what they got, you can get the Sky Sports broadcast. That includes all of the practices, quality, and the race as well. So tell how Isaac is doing. He's fourth on the grid right now. He's 2.4 seconds back. He's done 12 laps. He's currently on the grid. He's done about 12 laps, which is about the average. No, I'll take that back. He's on the low end. He's the lowest besides of everyone who's been on the grid. I should take that back. Hugberg is both the seventh on the grid on the chart. 136.741 lap time. He's 3 seconds back off of Leclerc's fastest time. That's not true, Tuna. Sky Sports, pretty much to all of the English language world before. That's not true. There is the F1 TV crew, and so if you're on F1 TV Pro, you are getting that. And I think, be honest with you, um, that's the lead. That's I think is going to be the lead broadcast on Apple TV. So we're not going to get the Sky Sports broadcast by default on Apple TV. We're going to get the F1 TV crew instead. I like them much better. Ken, they have both. I've dug into the website. They have both. So if you like Crofty and you want Crofty, you can get Crofty. They have the Sky coverage instead of the F1 TV coverage. I like Alex. I like better than Crofty. To be quite honest, I was listening to Alex doing F2 as well, so that I you know, do I know? Checo is in the car. They've pulled the front screen, that monitor screen that they put in front of the driver. They pulled that from off the car. They are pulling the car down, but he hasn't gone out yet. You guys are talking about WC and supercars. Again, happy Chinese New Year to those who celebrate that. One guy just moved up to eighth. Did a 136.769 lap. Again, he's 3.30 off, and Hulkenberg is 3.002 off. So 28,000 difference between the two. So Checo the car's on the ground. It's on wheels. The front nose has poked out of the garage. Replay of Alonso right now. Recognize. Doing a slow mo of Alonso's car. Maybe are they listening to something? Oh, and they're showing off the back light being popped off again. For those of you who are responding to TSG Hollow, they have a period in their name, and the bot is thinking that's somehow a link, which is, yeah, I don't know what to tell you. The bot doesn't read that correctly. So my apologies for OSUN David. You got timed out for no good reason. My apology. Clerk is coming out of the pits, so we got Hulkenberg, Alonso, and Leclerc now on track. Hulkenberg is on the white C2 tires. So Grandview is here. He's their reserve driver. He's right now. What are they waiting for with Cadillac? They're in position with people with their hands on the tire covers. They're waiting for something. Cadillac is about to go out. They're doing something with Williams is getting ready to go out. Was your old mate Oscar? He's not driving this morning. Lando is. He should be in the afternoon. Which category would live stream this race on YouTube like they do for WEC? And they can't. Not here in F1. They can't do that. But it's not uncommon to see IndyCar drivers get put on streamed on YouTube. There's been times where NASCAR has streamed the view from a car from a race on YouTube. And Perez is now out on track. He has left. Oh, that's unfortunate. They didn't show him leaving. Michael Flynn, a Raiders fan? Nope. Absolutely not. Clerk just carried a little too much speed. '65 Tim Cam kid here. Adia FV. I was looking at sector times last year to compare and noticed that the term sector 1, sector 3 this year and some laps are almost equal, but sector 2 is almost 2 seconds lower. I mean, they're getting their power from the battery on those straights from 3 to 4 and then from 13 to 14. Again, we really shouldn't be looking at last year's times because the cars are so different. Ooh. Kimmy being a little squirrely with his car. So click right now on outlap. And Perez does an installation lap. He comes back in. So A lap for Cadillac. Hooray. So they got Julian around turn 11. We've gone about 85 minutes so far in this session. Again, we've got 4 hours in this morning session. Cadillac had to fix a problem with the front suspension according. Okay. Oh, shit! Again, we're going to we're a watch along. I mean, we're not a replacement for F1 TV per se, because we're the watch along. You know, we're the friend, essentially like the friend on the couch with you, telling you talking with you basically effectively. To pointing out which Cadillac had a more chromatically unique and different livery. Some yellow would have been nice. Yeah, that's the one thing with the Cadillac livery is that it is dull in terms of color. And again, I wish we had. Yeah, I wish they had gone there and just went like go yellow, like be different from everyone else. The same reason why I didn't like the Audi livery at first because I thought it was too much like everyone else on the circuit. I think this is kind of why I gravitating towards the Red Bull livery this year. I mean, it is a throwback to their an older livery that they've had, but the blue just stands out. Did SMR have an heating issue? I don't know. I can't confirm if they did or did not. And it'd be weird to have a heating issue unless something was wrong with the car. Again, right now we've got 2 hours and 32 minutes left to go. Go in this session. Again, this is Race Statistics Channel, and this is Grash with you live. It is 2:27 a.m. for me, so I don't know how long I'm going to last. I'm reading questions from you guys for your chat. I'm looking right now. William Lewis pointing out, as he saw a short video today showing testing from last week, Max used the battery down the main straight and down the second straight. Before he reached the end of the second straight, the battery was dead. And with the battery being dead at that point, your speed is going to drop off. And there's Antonelli going off track. That's a track limit for Antonelli if it was being called. So we got Lindblad, Antonelli, Norris, Ocon, Albon, and Leclerc on track right now. We did finally see Cadillac get out on track for a lap, an installation lap from Checo. '65, the Blue Hawk saying, I wouldn't reach much in the time at the moment. They'll be testing a lot of different stuff. And that's true. That's true right now. I mean, this is they're testing probably testing new pieces, doing some A/B testing. I mean, earlier, about an hour and 90 minutes ago, I would say. No, just about an hour ago. I mean, some of the cars were running error rakes, which basically are just an array of sensors that to track the airflow at a certain point in the car. You see it in front of the front wheel, just behind the front wheel, middle of the car where the driver is, just be in front of then just in front of the front wheel or behind. Sorry, just in front of the back wheel, and then just behind the on the back of the car. The 5 places you'll typically see the aero rakes if they're being used. Saw typically you only see one, though Williams ran 2 aero rakes in their tests, so that was interesting. FB Stoll Pedro saying it's replying to someone, knowing Aston Martin, they are building the plane as they fly as they speak. That's very true. That's very newy a thing to say. There's a ton of problems they need to fix. Need to fix it as soon as possible. It looks like they are doing that, and that's basically what's going on. And we know from his history with a new car, there's a slew of different things that he's trying and figuring out. It takes it takes 1 or 2 seasons to figure out those issues, and then they are insane. Can in 26 fuel engine would impact more, or there's electric power? Um, what's the best way to put this? So we're listening to Lando Norris go through a couple turns. He's downshifting and revving up higher. John Rodriguez pointing out, hopes Cadillac goes crazy with a July livery. They should. I mean, that would be. Being they're taking the claim that they are an American team, which is really throwing Haas under the bus, to be quite honest. It's hilarious when they do that because Haas is owned by Gene Haas, who is an American. But they haven't acted that way, is the best way to describe it. So it is interesting to see that Cadillac is playing that political game with Haas already. I think technically Williams is now owned by an American organization as well. But it's more an asset management corporate. It's not. It's not. They're not reaching into the team like the Cadillac or TWG, which is Andretti Motorsports under a new name, or the Haas Motorsports Group having input on the Haas team. So it's a different organizational structure. I'm trying to see what you guys are. If Ferrari guys are working, or if Mercedes are sandbagging. I mean, they're all the top four teams are sandbagging, but they're not showing their hand. And they said this specifically on the pre-show before the testing started. Basically, they're all going to go into Melbourne with something that they haven't shown here during testing. Can we say Red Bull in 2026 is still top? Yes, Red Bull is still top four. That's not questionable. What does T tire for Norris and Albon? We assume that it's a prototype tire. We think it's similar to either. I am assuming it's through the C3, but I don't have a definite answer to that. And part of it is that like we're looking at the F1 TV chart. Um, I mean, they're not even showing a tire, what tire they're using on Albon or Norris on the timing chart that they've got up. Yeah, it's on F1 TV. Again, for us, we're getting a prototype tire signal. Mario Technique 6405. Do you think this is our year? Hashtag Ferrari. Dude, Tifosis, you know I'm gonna screw with you all year long. So just let's just get it out of the way right now. No, I don't think it's your year. Don't think it'll ever be your year. But hey, that's the fun of screwing around with you guys. No, I don't know. Honestly, right now it's too early. I don't know. Be quite honest. Stop now pulling away from ragging on the Tifosis. Be honest with you, I don't know if it's your year. I mean, like Kirk's top of the board. He's 3/10 faster than Norris, but this is like 90 minutes of the testing. Um, yeah, I mean, I mean, one of the questions is, will we see a renaissance with, is Hamilton going to have a renaissance this year? Because, um, the last regulation said he just, it was not his car, and these are more in line. Mercedes does not have an illegal engine as of yet. Question is, well, how Max going to respond? Max is insane. He's been in the simulation doing crazy stuff. And we know last week he was doing crazy stuff on track. What's on Colapino for this year? Yeah, it's one of those. He needs to improve. Bottom line, he needs to basically get good points. Doesn't have to win races. Best case scenario, he starts getting, he gets a podium. But he's got to start showing his actual talent and not crashing the car, not being a back marker. Any cars start banging. We think the top four are banging automatically. We don't think they're showing their whole hand. But we can't prove that they are at the same time. Tyre 51, the T that you see on the chart, we suspect is a prototype tire. And if you go look on the F1 timing board right now, Norris and Albon, who have those T's, don't even have a tire listed um, on the timing chart on F1 TV. So yeah, it's testing. T is for testing. It's again what we would call the prototype tire. But I don't know what tire they are using. Is basically what I'm telling you. And I didn't see anything about Pirelli testing tires for this week. So 64 Blue Hawk saying Melbourne qualifying will let us know who's fast and who's. Yeah, that's the first moment where proof is gonna it's a put up or shut up moment for everyone. We might see the other thing that might happen in qualifying is that something might happen. So it may not like last year it rained and Melbourne was a mess. It didn't really tell us. It told us who survived basically. Will Ryan be back this year? We don't know if he'll be back. Um, that's ask the boss. He's more connected to him um, than I am. I don't know. I know he did. I'll be honest with you. I know he burnt out with F1. I know part of it was like the way that Max was winning over and over and over again got boring for him, and I know he burnt out. On top of that, he was also had pressure in real life because he was graduating from school and that having gotten multiple degrees, understand that issue as well. Who's the boss? That's racing statistics. So he's the actual channel operator. You are now listening to me right now, Grash, who is one of I'm one of the commentators. I've been here right now the longest. I've been here the longest right now, if you don't count Ryan or some other people. I was here the most last year, basically. I know there's a question about the wings. I don't know enough to answer that for you. All of the wings look thin and small. I mean, they're all built to use. They're part of the active aero setup that we have this year. Problem with Max having the best car is that he wins everything. When Lando and Oscar have the best car, they fumble enough to make it interesting. So it looks like they pulled Lindblad into the garage, and they pulled the tires off, and he looks like he's out of the car. So they're testing, seeing what's going on with the car. So we won't see the Racing Bull back on track for a while now. Kimi Antonelli is being pulled into the garage. F1 Dash was still. I thought they had been shut down. We're not using F1 Dash. We're using something else. I'm not sure what exactly, but it is using. I know we are using like part of like with the timing chart that's coming from F1 through multi-viewer, and to use multi-viewer you need an F1 TV account, like a pro level. So it's going to be interesting when we get to Australia because we may need someone else to help us get our data through F1 the F1 website. The problem with Alcon, yeah, we've had a couple issues with Alcon GPS a couple times today. Lonzo right now coming. GPS positioning updates every microsector. I do like F1. The thing I do like about F1 Dash is they have a section for radio, uh, race control messages, which has been useful when I was using up until it stopped working for some reason. But when it was working, they had I could scroll through race control messages, which is the one thing I do like about their website in terms of how it's laid out. Yeah, all the yellow flags so far in this session has been from Hulkenberg. He stalled twice. Um, Basically, he stalled twice in this session so far, and that brought the yellow flag. No red flag, unfortunately, even though I am your harbinger of red flags. Yeah, literally, I'm going to go to bed at some point in the next hour or so, and there will be 2, 3 red flags while I was asleep. Go figure. We've got 2 hours and 12 minutes left to go in this session right now. Again, it's a 4 hour session. Ooh, Alonso a little squirrely over the curbs. Yeah, the real I mean, the thing about with F1 Dash is they're probably using um, what we're seeing on here is probably the data is being smoothed out, and there's some prediction probably going on. Do want to point out we do have an F1 bingo link through bingo.trace.fan. You got about like 140, 150 people already in the bingo league. I'm in it. The boss is in it. You know, you can look up Grash. You can look up racing statistics, and you can see what we picked. I'm thinking about changing my card because some of you picked more points than me, and I'm a little. I'm like I can gamble a little bit more. That's what I'm thinking. There's a pick in I'm thinking about replacing my two 1 point picks with three and higher's. There's one, I think, at the the 3 point pick that makes sense to take. So yeah, Aston looks really loose. I mean, he was very loose over those curbs. There was a definitely jerk of the car to get it back into position. What's the T tire? It's prototype. We don't know what compound that is specifically. What do you think of the high rev starts of these F1 26 cars compared to last? Well, the reason they're revving the high revs is that they need to spool up the supercharger, the turbo on the cars, and that's going to get interesting because that might precipitate us having an issue where they're not spooled up fast enough, um, and then cars stall, and then that puts us in a position of a car that stalls and a car behind it doesn't rams it right in the back. And it's one of those. We're probably going to go through Melbourne. Yeah, we're probably going to have an incident on the start of Melbourne in Australia because of that. And people are saying, make sure you're watching Australia when it starts because that's the reason why. So the thing that we are hearing is that there's a meeting where McLaren is going to bring this issue up about the turbos. I've heard a couple people say that Ferrari has vetoed that initiative because they accounted for it in their design, and they're basically telling everyone else, "Fix your car." You know, the traditional, from yeah, car starting on the grid, at the start of the race is one of the worst things safety. Yeah, safety wise, that is gonna be. I'm looking at Nico Hulkenberg right now. Ooh, oh, it's a snap. That's totally his fault for happened. Nico went off track into the gravel, kicked up a cloud of dirt. People are saying that Ferrari did veto that one, and ultimately, um, I don't have a report from that meeting, so I don't know what exactly has happened. And now that is something I'll be looking at tomorrow. Matt 2010 Mass over on Twitch. Are you live on YouTube? No, we're live on YouTube as well, Matt. Most of the chatters that I'm talking to are on YouTube, but thank you for being over here on Twitch. So they've got one of their pit manning reporters poking into the Red Bull garage. There's a wall of engineers trying to prevent, moving around to stop, the F1 reporter to see what's going on. It looks that she's saying that they're in the back of the car around the engine, like removing the fuel from the car, basically, maybe. Yeah, Isaac's only done 13. He's only done 13 so far. So there's an issue that Red Bull is working through at the moment. And then they're the lowest besides Cadillac, who's only done one lap. So watching Leclerc as he goes through turn 4 right now. He's using the whole track. And he has gone off. He's gone. This would basically, I think, either turn 8 or turn 7. He just went off track. This would have been a turn limits. Track limit violation, I should say. Cool person, are you on Twitch? Yes, we are. We are on Twitch right now. There's about 18 of you on Twitch right now, as opposed to the how many are you on? We got 2,380 of you watching on YouTube right now. Same ID on yep, racing. It'd be racing underscore statistics on Twitch. I'm watching replay of Ocon going off track, missing his turn before. That would be he's missing the turn at 14:15. Who's Mercedes and Ferrari's reserve driver? I'm not sure actually, Pico. I'm gonna have to look that up. So a lot of you in chat, particularly in YouTube chat, are pointing out that the big issue with the Aston Martin car is in the gearbox, and basically partly what you need to do for the revvings, lower revs, higher revs, whatnot. The gearbox is not suitable to really handle that well. Gasly coming in the pits. They just brought Alonso in the pits. David just came back. Welcome back, my friend. Anyone doing race runs? Yeah, they've been doing race runs. We got Perez out for another lap. So right now, Hulkenberg and Albon are the only two on track at the moment. Any problem with yeah, there's been issues with the Red Bull car. He's back in the garage right now. Tires are off, and they're working on something. They looks like somewhere. Joe is the Zoe is the reserve driver for Cadillac. There you go. As it says Giovanni, I'm not sure he might be, but I don't think he would be. I'm not sure that Giovanni is the reserve driver. Frederick maybe. What do you think about Audi Grash? I think that team did a very good job so far. I mean, it's a stake team. It's the Sauber team. So they're not a new team. It's really for me. It's more about them rebranding and bringing in their new engine. Wait, what Cadillac for when? It's about a few weeks now. It's a recent change where he was signed. He signed with Cadillac. Gotta remind everyone, we are a English language community. We don't have mods for other languages. If we did, we would allow you to talk in those languages, but we just don't. We are growing, and so if you guys, it's a language you guys want a mod for, get with the boss and drop him a line to be a mod. Yeah, so let's be clear. He's the reserve for Cadillac, and Herta is their test driver. And it's set up that way because Herta doesn't have a super license yet. That's why he's in F2. Yeah, that's the thing of I'm a little. I gotta figure out how to get to the F2 stuff that I would get with F1 TV because I really want to watch her to drive in F2 this year. Kimi on a flying lap right now, fastest first sector, 29.805 in that first sector. He's doing it's a bit of a mixed bag, but he's improving in the middle of that. And it's still a mixed bag. He's got some sectors that are good, some sectors are not so good, some that are really great. So he does a 41.207. That's still really fast. He's now in sector 3. And here comes Kimi to the line. And he improves. It's fastest third sector. He doesn't improve in his position, though. It's a 134.158. Fastest second and third sector did not improve in sector 2. And that ultimately did not make him move up in the ranks. He is 0.419 behind Leclerc. Norris is P2. He's 313 behind Leclerc. And then Albon is a big jump. It's 1.9 seconds. So P4 is literally almost 2 seconds back from Leclerc's time. So the Haas car is they're working on something with the suspension in the front. They've got a panel in the front of the car that's off. So it's just in front of the halo and the driver. Klaus saying, but still Zoe is still part of Ferrari since the power units Cadillac are using it from Ferrari. I mean, that's kind of saying like it's like saying Oscar and Lando are kind of part of McLaren, Mercedes because McLaren uses Mercedes power units. It's a weird argument to make. And I want to point out that Cadillac is using the Ferrari power units to hold over until they have their own power units. Creature player, Ferrari seems to have a lot of downforce according to Gemini. Dude, what does the AI know? Don't be using the AI like that. That's abusing the AI doesn't know. It's read everything on the web and it's gonna spit up. Yeah, I mean, you're listening to an AI. Do you all think who will win F1 this year? You've said this multiple times. Please stop. I'm gonna go say right now. I know Max is gonna be in that category. Like last year, he's still. What team is the dark horse this year? For me, it's Alpine. They have that. They are and they are not. Haas is more. Haas and Williams would be more consistent. I think Haas was going to be more of a dark horse. Yeah, I mean, if one of the top four teams are having a bad day, look at Alpine. I mean, Alpine is in that maybe in that mix, but definitely Haas, definitely Williams are going to jump in that mix, and they could be stealing podiums. Yeah, Russell's another one. I know he's in the top four, but Russell by himself is going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting how Antonelli moves up their progression from getting good points, getting podiums to potentially even winning a race. Did Red Bull Racing have issues? They are having issues right now. They're working on something with the car, so we're not going to see Isaac out for a while, if not for the rest. If he could be out for the rest of the day if it's a serious issue. We're talking about the lap. It particularly asked me if Ferrari was fast second sector. I said yes. It said probably has more downforce. I think it might be true. Here's the thing about the AI. It's reading everything that's on the web. It's giving you back information based on everything that's on the web. There are a lot of idiots on the web. It's reading Twitter. It's reading Reddit. It's reading the idiots website that's doing clickbait after clickbait after clickbait because they can. That's the problem with the AIs you're dealing with, is that it's reading garbage. And it's gonna give you back garbage. So oh yeah, I have Beerman getting a podium in my bingo board. So that's how much I think I think on that matter. Kensai, no matter what, you got to have a good car regardless. We don't know what a good car looks like anymore. Okay, Lawson was not quarterback in high school for sure. Uh, where is that coming from, boss? Lawson's not an American. You wouldn't be playing quarterback in high school. Oh, there's a video of him throwing a football. Yeah, I mean, it was a football. Super Bowl was 2 weeks ago, dude. It's the off season now. R2PXL, first time title from Twitch. Not sure about the season. Managing more energy than tires. Hope it's not as boring as I think it would be. Here's the thing about if it really is about managing energy, um, we're not given the information to show how they're using their battery, whether in using overtake or recharge or what is the state of the active. Those are things that are not being shown. I'm looking at the timing chart. It's the timing chart from last year with a pretty airbrushing over it, and it's not up. It doesn't have things updated there that you'd expect. And I'll be honest with you, I'm over. I watch IndyCar, and I can see what the state of the battery is. For the Indianapolis 500 qualifying, that was one of the things that we saw. We saw them using the battery. On that, they have 4 laps of qualification. They do 4 laps in the qualification run, and up until the last year, this year we saw the first time the hybrid system at the Indianapolis 500, and it changed what qualifying looked like in a significant and dramatic way. And we were able to understand that better because we had pieces of information provided to us. And F1's not doing that right now. And this is like, to be honest with you, this is really annoying. Like, that battery is going to be an issue. We know that overtake is an issue. And you've got nothing on screen to tell us they're using overtake. There's nothing on screen to tell us they're using the battery. Or they're recharging the battery. I don't understand what F1. I mean, you've had time you knew these regulations were coming. You've got a team. Um, you've got a whole. You've got a AAA team with EA and blanking on the developer, but you've got a developer who could be helping you on this. Merc is built on Hype like 2022, definitely. Push to overtake is the IndyCar system, and it's a different system that allows to boost the engine. Basically, you need fuel to use that. It's now just called overtake here at F1. How's this race pace looking for Leclerc? I mean, he's doing decent times. I mean, he's got the fastest with 133, but he's right now doing laps around 138, 139. So most of the teams have gotten to at least 30 laps. Alonso and Hulkenberg about 1 or 2 laps behind that. The most has been, I think Ocon has done 37. He's the most, and the second after him has been Antonelli with 35. Norris has done 33. The two that we need to keep an eye on is Red Bull. They've only done 13 laps. Lindblad has done now 40 laps. Actually, I take that back. Lindblad has done 40 laps, is the most. So the sister team's done significantly more laps than the mothership. And the other team that we need to put a pin in for this first half of this session is Cadillac, who's only done 2 laps. That's YouTube is still running. YouTube chat is still here. All right, cool. Come on live. Twitch reload. All right, I just had a momentary issue. YouTube is back. When is this testing, sir? It is active right now. It is today. We've gone 2 hours and 15 minutes into this session already. Again, you guys are listening to the Racing channel. This is Crash. It's my first time back this season. Shim saying he saw some car engine stall at the start of laps during last test. That's because, well, you missed Audi. Hulkenberg did stall twice today. So, shot at Behrman with someone from Audi and then someone else with him from his team. Yeah, Leclerc, his last lap basically was another 138.755. Been rather consistent with his times. We've got Norris, Lindblad, and Antonelli on track right now. Looking at how fast Cadillacs have been, if they finish anywhere in the top 12, be considered a miracle. How does Ferrari look from testing, realistic speaking? They're looking good right now. Again, it's a matter of will they have an issue later on? But they're looking consistent and they're looking good. Leclerc did a 138.363, so he's consistently been in that 138 range. He's been high, he's been low, but he's definitely doing a race pace right now. Why is Isaac Zhao not coming out? Because the car has basically been pulled apart. They are working. When they last saw in the garage, there was something with the engine that they are working on. Not an engine failure. The engine didn't fail, but they found something, an issue with the engine they're working on. Basically, they were 3 steps away from engine failure. So we'll put that in perspective. Again, of the other driver right now is Perez and Cadillac. We have not seen them out. I mean, they did basically 2 installation laps, and that's pretty much it. So we haven't seen them at pretty much at all this session. That's a big question mark. What's going on with Cadillac? He's on track right now. His last lap was 138.135. So again, another one of those doing well with a race pace at this moment. Norris a little slower. His last lap was 141.552. Again, difference, so it's like almost a 2.5 second gap between those two. So we've got more on track. Ocon is on track. So it's Leclerc, Lambert, Ocon, Antonelli, and Norris in that order on track. Norris coming to 14:15 right now into the line for his next lap. Again, we're not seeing anyone doing any blazing laps right now. So we are definitely in race run scenario. Norris comes to the line and he pits. I was looking forward to see what that lap time was going to be. Unfortunately, we will not. Red Bull engine was okay. They're having an issue with the engine today. I don't know. I don't think it is a. I think yeah. I don't know what exactly is happening with the engine at the moment. But it is a scenario of something's going on with the engine that they're working on with it right now. And this is why we do testing, so that you can have those failures and have those issues happen now, as opposed to 2 weeks in Australia. The high revs are actually, for me, will give huge stress on these power units crash. Yeah, I mean that's one of the things we're seeing is they're getting these higher revs to help. They're basically putting stress on the engine to recharge the battery better. We've got about 491 likes so far on YouTube. If we can get a couple more, we'll hit 500, which is good for the first 2 hours and almost 2 hours and 30 minutes. How you can see that like that? I mean, you just look at it's on the stream, my friend. USN 7 Fleet 760. I mean, the timing chart is right in front of you, mine. Look. We have a timing chart. Yeah, unless you're talking about something else, I don't know what you're talking about. Again, this is Grash here with you live. Don't know how much more I'm going to be here. Dragon Soul, am I late? Is this the first half? You're past the first half of the morning session. So we got about 97 minutes left to go in this session. And I am feeling I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna make a call around the 1:30 mark. So the next 5 minutes, I'm probably here for the next 5 minutes or so, and then the boss is gonna probably take over again. So I'm giving you a heads up that maybe my time to be a pumpkin comes soon. I have to say I am just enjoying sitting watching the cars go around on track. Uh, Haas is coming into the pits. Cause why no Cadillac on track? They've had issues with the car. That's all that I know. They've only done 2 laps, both of them in installation lap, which means they went out and came right back into the pits. So they didn't even bother to go. Sometimes you'll see them go around the start finish line and then come back into the pits. You're now pulling the Haas car in. Again, what's interesting with Haas is that they've joined with Gazoo Racing. They were Toyota Gazoo Racing, and then they split, and Toyota is not part of the name, so it's just GR on the back fin now. But it's Toyota budding name. Cadillac is basically the Andretti team budding name, essentially. So right now, Lindblad and Leclerc are the only two out on track right now. Lindblad is still new to me. I didn't get a good feel. I didn't watch him in F2 enough to get a feel for him and his driving style, unfortunately. So I'm still trying to feel out who he is and what type of driver he is and where he is and also how he's progressing. Um, it's one of those. It's going to be interesting. The measuring stick for Lindblad is definitely going to be Lawson. If he's being Lawson, that's a big deal, and that will bring the end of Lawson's career in F1 if that's the case. But right now he is 10th on the grid. His best lap is just just over 3 seconds back, specifically 3.030. So three seconds and 3 thousandths, 30 thousandths difference between him and Leclerc. Yeah, and I'm not really sure why the Gazoo Racing. I don't know what's going on with Gazoo Racing and Toyota. There's something that's going on there that I'm missing. There's a context that I'm missing. I just know that ultimately um, they decided to drop the Toyota name from the company. So being TGR, it's now just GR is, and you still see TGR in some places. So it's one of those what exactly is, I'm not sure what's going on structurally and what's going on. Um, they are still a new. Well, do you think Toyota will come back into F1? Yes, I mean the new racing is the leading. Basically, that's how they're going to get back into F1 is through Gazoo Racing, and I don't know why the Toyota name is not part of Gazoo Racing right now. So it's one of those ultimately. Um, Again, I don't have enough history with that organization to know what's really going on. So, but ultimately, getting back to your question, do you think Toyota will come back to F1? Yes, Gazoo Racing is is the means in which they will come back through. So they'll come back through the Haas team. Will they buy out the Haas? If Gene Haas wants to get out of F1, Toyota is a potential customer to buy that from him. But Lennon can drive a Mustang. Does he have a license to drive a Mustang? That's a better question. Uh, he's young. He may not have a license, an actual proper, normal license to drive a Mustang on the roads. So that's. I mean, he's part of he's under the Racing Bulls. I mean, so Ford is part of their, part of that, what's going on. He's doing work for not just Red Bull but for Ford now. You got Daniel Ricciardo is a Ford ambassador now, for the same reason, because they're linked together with Red Bull. Current Luke, the fastest car on the grid? Not really. Actually, I would say that the Ferrari right now, just today, is the fastest car today. And I know that Leclerc has been consistent. Like, he's doing 139. He's been consistently in the 139 and he's been consistent in 138s. And Norris was doing 140. So really, the Ferraris have been looking better. They've got the fastest time, more consistent, faster times by about 1 or 2 seconds. But the McLarens might be not throwing everything at the moment, testing different things. They don't need to be in the 138s. 140 is going to be perfectly fine for what they're doing. Does Leclerc and Antonelli run the same lap count on this race pace? Leclerc has 2 more laps over Antonelli, but they've been, when Antonelli was out on track, he was doing slightly a little faster than Leclerc. He was like maybe a half a second or so faster than Leclerc in the race pace area. Captain Monopoly 5586. This is our year. Let's get those banners ready. Dude, it's testing. Too early to talk about banners. Okay, this is interesting. So Hulkenberg is on track, and he has Floviz paint, and you can tell by the green that's on the car. That's Floviz paint. It is on the suspension, on the side pods, the front of the side pods to the middle of the side pods, and it's streaking backwards. So, and you can actually, you can see the streaks. When you see the side of the car, you can see the streaks very, very nicely. Andy 5581, welcome, my friend. Welcome to the family. Same with you, Captain Monopoly. Again, you guys are in green. You are subscribers. So welcome to the family. Good to see you. It's 1 hour and 29 minutes left to go in this session. I've only got a few more things. I'm starting to really feel it at the moment. It is 3:31 a.m. here in Central Time, so I do need to get some sleep and be up because I have lectures to give tomorrow. Well, I don't have to give lectures. I've got work. I've got to work with students tomorrow, to say the least. Andy 558, haven't really been keeping up with the testing, but good to be. Yeah, Andy, you haven't really missed much because at the shakedown, they went total lockdown, and that was stupid. They literally chased there was a special police force chasing people away from the track, and if you were going to be around there, they were going to fine you. Ultimately, the people from the race, I forget which one did it, but they basically climbed a hill and got out their binoculars, and they were pretty far away, but they were able to see something from the distance. And I know Alcon and I know James Valls both gave them props for having done that, for showing that level of dedication. So that's kind of, and then last week they did for the first test. They only broadcast the first hour. Sorry, the last hour of each day. That felt stupid. All right. People are saying Mercedes better and illegal. Stop saying that the Mercedes engines are illegal. They're not illegal. If they were absolutely illegal, they would not be running right now. Bottom line, they would not be running. Controversy and yes, but they're not illegal engines. Not at this time. And we haven't had a rule change. The rules have not changed to make them illegal. Do you not like what they're doing? Not don't if you I mean, they're using thermal expansion to change the to do crazy stuff to get a higher compression ratio, which that's their prerogative. Yeah, they're still up for discussion. The rule has not changed yet. What about Ford? I mean, Ford is basically working with Red Bull. Um, right now, at this very moment, I mean, they're in the garage working on the engine, and that's why Isaac is not out on track. He's only done 13 laps in this session. So today, the FI Commission, yeah. So that's the thing that I've been saying is that the FI Commission is meeting today. That's one of the things is coming up. I know McLaren is saying they're going to bring up other issues. Some people say that Ferrari is vetoed, but I don't. Again, that meeting hasn't happened yet. So they want to veto it, but I don't think they can outright can do it. And here comes Cadillac coming out. So I'm going to stay a little bit longer because Checo is out. We'll see if this is more than just an installation lap. Welcome back, Checo. We have missed you. Even they change the rule, they can't enforce. Yeah, I don't think they can change. They can enforce in Melbourne. Um, it's too early to enforce a rule change like that. I know, and I'm not sure that they could even enforce the rule change this year. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens with the Merc engine. We'll have a better idea next tomorrow. We'll probably after we know what the meetings went down in the meetings. We'll have a better idea. So Perez right now on his out lap. He's finishing sector 2. Again, don't take any time right now. This is just an out lap. He's now in sector 3, just past turn 13, going to 14. So Perez now starting a flying lap, hitting 230, 240, 250, 260, 70, 80. He hit 300 in the. He's hit 300 kilometers an hour. So that's a good sign. That's a good sign. I think the top speed was like 302 before he had to slow down. He's now finishing sector 1. Does a 32.722. Using the whole track. Just looking good so far. Perez coming the end of sector 2 right now. We've got Perez, Hulkenberg, Albon, Norris, Gasly, and Antonelli on track now. Here comes Perez to the line. And he does a 141.792. He is 8 seconds back right now. But again, this is their 5th lap. So we'll see. And he's on, I don't know what tire he's on. It's not listed. It's a white tire, but I'm not sure if that's the C2 or if it's a prototype. Anything about Isaac? He's just in the garage. They're working on his car. We know that they deployed the wall of engineers to help hide what they're doing. Right now, I think Gasly might be on a flying lap. He's got some cooking times. Perez right away to improving sector 1, sector 2 already. Did Perez just do a second out lap basically, or a warm up lap effectively? That's interesting. He does a 141.288. Yeah, so TK in chat saying Perez is almost 9 kilometers down in the straights. Unless they're running a heavy fuel load, this car isn't going any places. That may be what's going on. We're looking at a race run. I mean, that's a high race run, but it's still within, that was North was doing the 141s. So he could easily, and that was Kimi coming off track. So if that brought out a yellow flag, I don't know if it did, but it probably should have. Kimi off the track, coming back on track. Yeah, I think Cadillac may be doing a race run. And this is again, conditions right now are not, yeah, Kimi just locks up and misses at turn 1, and then has to wait for cars to get back past him. And then he's on the C3 tire. The new set of medium tires, which he just locked up on. Not great. Where is Oscar? Is he not doing testing? He's going to do it in the afternoon, Ingram. Basically, we got Lando in the morning and Oscar in the afternoon. We will not see Max. The only driver we won't see today is Max Verstappen. He's not driving today. It's going to be all Isaac today, which, as it is, as it is ultimately, he's going to need it this afternoon, given where the car is. Just joining. What are the green sections on the map? I think the green hashes were where DRS zones used to be, and the map hasn't been updated. The straight line speed area, I think where the straight line speed might be now is where that might be going. So, just joined. Did Honda break down? No. They've done 28 laps. It's been a while since Alonso, but they're working on the car, obviously, which is just to be expected. This is testing. Don't allow variables becoming clerks in race pace with the information available as anti-head base pace. I mean, it's about a quarter to a half a second. Antonelli looked a little bit better than Leclerc in some cases. Granted, he just blew a lap and locked up on his tires. So Perez did a new best 140.892. So that's more. He's burnt fuel. He's a little bit lighter. I mean, Leclerc's in the pit right now. Yeah, I wouldn't read too much into laps done. To be quite honest, they're off by one. They're both in the pits. I think Antonelli's in the pits because he did lock up. Pit time 26 seconds. It looks like. I think they're putting a new set of tires on him. It is 1 hour and 15 minutes left to go in this session. So 90 minutes to go. It is unfortunately 3:45 for me in the morning, and I am starting to really feel it now. I do need to take off now is basically where it's going to happen. Just trying to get my boss. Okay. He's going to step in as soon as his boss. Okay. All right. Again, I want to thank everyone who's been here. I know those of you who have been on Twitch. We had like over 3,000 of you in YouTube as well. I gotta get some sleep. I do have work. Unfortunately, I do have work tomorrow. It's not Friday or Saturday where I don't have work and I have to worry about it. I do need to be awake. I do have to work with students. I just do want to call out a couple things. Again, we are doing a bingo league. I've got a board. Boss has a board. So that if you want to join in, now's the time to do it. Basically, there's a board for the whole season, and there will be boards for each race. Expect FP1 to talk about the bingo league. Again, for those of you who have been regulars in chat, Paula had surgery last Monday, and she's recovering right now. So please keep her in your prayers. She is a legend of our chat, and we wish her the best. Again, I was sick. You guys were huge for me. So let's be huge for her, for Paula in this moment right now. All right. Again, this has been Grash. I'm going to take off. Boss is going to take over for me as I go off. It is dead of night for me, everyone, and I am feeling it. So, I will probably be back tomorrow. I'll see how long I can go tomorrow. We'll see. But I'll talk. There's something we'll be talking with the boss about. I don't know if we have anyone else. But yeah, we're we're back. F1's back. We're got cars around the track. ALB shouldn't be Lindbad. It's just LIN is Lindbad. So okay, it's free tomorrow. Okay, well yeah, I'll talk to you tomorrow just before session starts. Anyways, all right. So for everyone here, the rest of this has been Grash. I'm taking off. The boss is going to take over for me. I will see you most likely tomorrow, and then we'll see you on Friday as well. All right, see you guys soon. Take care, everyone.
Hey, thank you, Grash. And yeah, I'm back, the Balkan accent guy. Okay. Good. Says thanks for the commentary. My first time here, but it's been a nice addition to listen to along the session. Well, thank you. And if you like it, make sure to subscribe as we do this for every session for all of the season. So I was thinking, well, actually, I hope you guys can hear me because I know my mic is a bit lower than Grash's, but yeah, I think it should be fine. Uh, yeah, if you can let me know in the chat, that would be great. Should be okay. Okay. Yeah, seems that you can hear me. Yeah, I was just gonna go quickly through what we have now on the timing sheets, who is on track, and maybe we can see some long runs for some drivers about their consistency and yeah, how long were their laps times and what tires they were on. So we have still Leclerc on P1, 133.739. I think that this is still not faster than what Antonelli did into day 3 of last week testing. So yeah, we still have some time to pick up. Then it's Norris, 134.052. Antonelli is now third. Albon, Gasly, Hajar, Ocon, Alonso, Hulkenberg, Lindblad, and Perez is in P10. So from all the cars on track, we had Cadillac with some issues. They really got up on track really late into the session, so they have only 12 laps under the belt. From the others, we have Leclerc with 43 laps, Norris 47, Antonelli 46, Albon 35, Gasly 39. Hajar has only 13 laps, even though he came out early. They pulled him back in the pits and he hasn't been out for a while. Ocon has 43 laps, Alonso 28, which is good for Aston to put some laps in this session, hopefully a lot more. Hulkenberg 37 laps, Lindblad 51 laps, which is the most in this session. And as we said, Perez with 12 laps. About the long race, how much less fuel will they need to run each race because of the energy usage? Will that mean less improvements in lap times over the course of race? To be honest, I don't know. I don't know. We'll have to wait to see how it goes after the first race. There are so many unknowns right now, so many questions, so many small things, and we don't know how they to each other because it's not just like one-to-one relation. Like any change can affect everything else. So how will the team set up? How will the car be set up? It is gonna have, yeah, a lot of answers we will get on the first race. So right now we have Ocon, Norris, Perez, and Antonelli on track. Not much is going on. Here we see. Yeah, it's so nice to see the cars on track. Right now we're looking at Norris. Uh, we don't have well, he's on 17 laps, old hard tires, used hard tires. Tuning says I'm betting the lower fuel level stated for will likely be with the less downforce. Okay, yeah, there's an answer. Not looking very didn't think a big car this year. 29 so far. Yeah, I have my bingo card too, so let me just pop the link. I think mine is like 39 maximum if I guess everything right, but I guess that's not gonna happen, of course. But yeah, pretty risky one. I guess yours is more conservative. So I'm looking forward to see all of your bingo cards, and yeah, we will have one for every race weekend. So this is just the start. So make sure you have your profile and everything set up. We have 2,300 people watching, 576 likes. So if you're new here, make sure to subscribe. Make sure to click the like button. It really helps us out and it's a free thing to do. Let's look at the sectors. Uh, we have Antonelli fastest in sector 1. Leclerc is the one fastest in sector 2, as someone mentioned that yeah, they probably had today the most downforce there because sector 2 is a lot of turns. And Antonelli again fastest in sector 3. So yeah, Antonelli seems to be struggling in the sector 2 to be able to have the fastest time, or they intentionally slow down. Yeah, we'll see. Space. We have Lindblad, Leclerc, Perez, Albon, and Antonelli on track. Let's see if Antonelli is pushing. Yeah, he is pushing, going into the 8th gear. Yeah, 312 kilometers per hour on the main straight. In terms of the speed, in the speed trap, we have Hulkenberg with 328 kilometers per hour. Second is Ocon with 326. Then we have Gasly with 324. Those are the top three. Now let's see, we're with Lando Norris. Replay, yeah, he's going into the pits, but he locked a bit before entering the pits. Yeah, there's a lot of smoke there right before the pits. His garage is the first one in the pits, but yeah, seems like he had some issue there. What does the T mean for the tire on Leclerc? Usually that would mean that's like a testing tire, but I think might be just a glitch in the data that they are not showing the correct tire. What are the green dot stripes on the circuit? Yeah, those are the areas when they will be able to activate like the low grip from this season. So there's going to be 4. Yeah. And this is when they will be activating the power from the battery. So kind of like what we had with the DRS, but now they have battery and that can run out. So they will need to recharge it in the turns and then activate it again in the straight. So yeah, they need to be a bit more strategic. So it's not going to be like a DRS zone and it's open right away. You need to be more strategic. It's a test tire, yeah. Yeah, the bot is just sometimes removing messages because if you don't put a space after a dot, it thinks is a link. Yeah, but everything was fine with that message. 593 likes, 7 more until 600. 6. We are 1 hour until the end of the morning session. And if we manage somehow to get to 1,000 likes, we will share the link here to give you for free the F1 animations for mobile backgrounds that we have been making. So yeah, make sure to click the like button, and in the end of the session, everyone is gonna get the link to these free F1 mobile backgrounds. They are really cool. I think some of you got them last week, so if any of you guys have been using them, share in chat. How do you like them? But yeah, the others, you just need to stay until the end of the morning session, which is in 1 hour, and I'll share the link to be up towards the end. You can take a look some of the lap times, like the longer sessions. So we have Antonelli with a long stint, very consistent, 137.7, 0.6, 0.4, 0.7. So that is 7 very consistent laps on the used medium tire. Then the latest stint for Norris was on hards. This was not very consistent. For Leclerc, let's see. For Leclerc, we have a very consistent stint on the mediums, 138, 139, 0.4, 0.6, 0.2. So yeah, a nice stint there with a lot of laps. And then for the others, let's see. Ocon is not doing very consistent stint. Same for Gasly. For Albon, also the same as the others. We had one stint from Lindblad on the mediums, which was really consistent in 140s. So that's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's say 8 laps, very consistent. And he did a similar stint previously, but a little bit quicker, like high 139s and low 140s. But still, I think so far the Antonelli stint on the mediums was the one that is most consistent. Well, Lindblad had also a third stint, but yeah, this one was around that time, but not very much consistent. Yeah, Charles is on test compound, so we don't know really the exact compound. If you have any questions, drop them in chat. Not much is going on. We have cars on track. Well, right now, everyone is there. They just went into the pits. Racing Bulls are completing a lot of laps. Yeah, they had a couple of days when they had a lot of laps. Right now, 56 for Lindblad. He's on top of the sheet in terms of number of laps. Second is Antonelli with 52. Antonelli really needs a lot of laps. He was very unlucky last week because, yeah, from the first 2 days, he just got like 1 hour of running and he only got to test the car into day 3. So very unlucky for him because Mercedes had to change the power unit. Yeah. Has entered the pits. The Alpine with the we'll see how that works out and if the other teams will copy them. But that seems like pretty innovative thing. Yeah, the rear wing it just goes flat. There's no gap. Prototype are most likely medium. Yeah, I'm not sure what kind of tires there are. Well, actually, uh, there's a bit of a difference with last last week and this week in terms of the tires. So let me just go through that. If I can find the information. Because now we have a lot more tires to choose from. But I don't know if I can find the information. Let me see. Last week we had just C3, C2, and C1 tires. But now we have like more options. Okay. Getting out of the pits. If 5 minutes to go. Yeah. Can't find the tires they're using. I hit them in the past, like 1 hour. I think I lost it. Let me see. I can't find it, but anyway, now they have more options to choose from, more tires rather than just the three that was last week. The map is frozen. Okay, I see it now. Yeah, let me refresh. Yeah, usually about this time every weekend, we every week, like last week too, we had some issues with the data. So let me see if it's just me or it's a general issue. Yeah, it seems like it's a general issue. It is stopped for everyone else. So yeah, I will be just commentating on what I see. We have the Racing Bulls car on the track. In sector 1, let's see if Lindblad can improve to the time of Leclerc. Getting around the last corner, and he's 1.5 seconds slower in sector 1, so he's not even pushing. Yeah, just a bit of patience and we'll get the data back. Usually, yeah, it stops for a while and then it will start running again. It's just like refreshing. So, yeah. sector 3, yeah, this is a 6 seconds slower than Leclerc, so he wasn't really pushing. There was a bit of bouncing in Lindblad's car. Yeah, more than you would be used to see, I guess. So still not out. Yeah, I can see Alonso out. Kimi Antonelli is in the pits. We see the team around the car, but it looks like he is ready to go out. Leclerc is on track. Yeah, I'm starting to like the white on the Ferrari on top. I mean, maybe not the blue HP logo, but the white is kind of cool. So he has yellow sector 1, sector 2, and probably is going to be a yellow sector 3. Yeah, I know it's frozen. Just have a bit of patience, and it should come back soon. Chad is not out on track. I mean, he just did like 13 laps, and yeah, I guess they are doing something in the garage. Yeah. 50 minutes until the lunch break. He must have heavy fuel. Yeah, probably these are race simulations. So he's going again. Yellow sector 1. Now let's see in the sector 2. Yeah, that's a lot slower than his fastest time. According to the interwebs, the all black logo only tires are C2A. Okay, C2s. There's a nice camera. I think this is turn 1 from a bird view perspective. Yeah, that's really nice. It's gonna be so good to see overtakes from there. Yeah, I love the bird view camera. Like they're going a bit to the gravel, touching the gravel. Great work on the coverage and insights. Keep it up. Well, thank you, Chris Park. We'll try our best. Yeah, the data is frozen. Hopefully we get it back soon. But for now, that's all we can do. I'll keep you posted if anything happens on track. Right now we're only seeing Leclerc on track, and then there's the Alpine of Gasly. He's just starting a fast lap. No, resetting it doesn't work. It's stuck from the source. So let's see what is Gasly's time. He's finishing sector 1. Yeah, this is probably gonna be a lot slower than Leclerc, but we can anyway see. Yeah, almost 2 seconds slower than Leclerc in sector 1. Yeah, thank you, TK. I'll keep you posted if anything happens, but really not much is going on track. We are with the Alpine of Gasly now. He's going into a kind of, well, not a fast lap, but yeah, maybe it's a race simulation. We'll see. I guess there's a C4 that mostly blacks too, is black too, but it has some checkering on it. Yeah, I tried resetting it. It still didn't work. So we need to wait a bit. Usually it comes back in a couple of minutes. Let's see. Okay, it's frozen for everyone. Can do much. No, I still don't have information what's wrong with Hajar's car. So if any of you have any info, drop it in chat and share it with us. Seeing slightly touching the curbs. It's in the pits and the team is working on the car. Right now he sits on P4 with almost 2 seconds behind the leader Charles Leclerc. Leclerc is still on track. He's on these black tires that we don't know what they are. With yellow sector 1. Now he's finishing up sector 2, so let's see. Yeah, the links I think are automatically uh, removed by YouTube. So if you have a link to post, do it in our Discord. I'll just add the link here. Still with Leclerc, he's going slow in sector 2, almost 4.5 seconds. Yeah, he's losing a bit the rear uh, in the beginning of sector 3. Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't find. There's still 43 minutes. Yeah, so there's still time for him to go out and do some more laps, but we will see if they will prepare the car in time. Still nothing with the data. It's not working. Well, let's use that time to click the subscribe button if you haven't already. If you like what we do, if you like what we do so far, click the like button. And once you subscribe, you also need to click the notification bell and all notifications, because otherwise YouTube might not show you when we are going live. So that really helps us with the YouTube algorithm, and you're supporting the channel in a free way. We are 153,500 subscribers. That's a huge number. Yeah, reset is not working, so we need to wait for the timings. It happened same every day, I believe, last week. In the last hour, we're like 10-15 minutes, we're losing the timing. I don't know, maybe they are testing something, and soon we'll start seeing a testing of red flags, virtual safety car, so just standard procedure. So maybe that's the reason why also the timing is screwed up, but there's nothing we can do but wait. And the good thing is that we have the TV coverage, so I can keep you updated if anything happens. But really, it's really calm on track now. We have Lindblad doing some lap times, probably race simulation because they are quite slower from the ones of Charles Leclerc. So while we are doing this, I think there's like some tape on the rear wing of the Racing Bulls car. Yeah, I think I could see that. I don't know what's that. Is that intentional or maybe something they left? Now we see Audi on track too. No tape on their rear wing. I think Charles set the lap on C3s. He's just doing race sim on C2 now. Audi is going into the pits and we have the Mercedes right away, right in front of them going out. Gasly is still on track. Gasly is keeping it within track limits, not touching the curves. Yeah, the data is frozen, the map and the timing, so please bear with us until that gets fixed. It, it is possible that all teams without Aston will be out of gas in the seasons. Well, I'm sure they will calculate that if Charles Leclerc is in the pits. They changed the tires, he started going and immediately stopped. I don't know if that's an issue or just a plan thing. Yeah, they are going pushing it back. I don't know, maybe they were trying just launching from the pits and simulating a restart. Okay, the Ferrari car is going back into garage. Some update on the map, it changed, but I don't know if it's fixed and because I don't see any car right now on track. Yeah, we see Lawson with the football. So Hajar and Alonso have power unit issues, but we don't know exactly what is going on. So he has a nice view of majority of the track, I would say. Would be so nice to watch the race from there. So not that mentioned, Hamilton is tomorrow full day, Leclerc today full day. Yeah, Leclerc is today full day, and I think you're right. Hamilton is gonna be tomorrow, and then they are gonna split uh, Friday. So let me go through those. So right now, everyone is gonna switch in the afternoon with the other driver, except for Hajar and Leclerc. Uh, on tomorrow, we will have whole day Verstappen, whole day Hamilton, whole day Albon, whole day Lawson, whole day Alonso, and whole day Colapinto. The others are gonna switch, uh, one in the morning, one in the afternoon. So this is gonna be the only day that almost all of the drivers will hit the track, except for Verstappen and Hamilton. Mercedes on track now. Tonelli, we're seeing his time compared to Leclerc. He just started his fast lap, going towards the end of sector one. Let's see his time. Looks good. The livery, I was seeing some memes that the Mercedes livery is called like the zebra livery. He went really slow, really close to the Leclerc time in sector one, 0.023. It was yellow for him, but that was really quick. Now let's see sector two. Hamilton is driving in the afternoon session. Well, maybe I got it wrong. Yeah, maybe you're right. Because I think I got two different reports and I don't know which one was correct. So only Verstappen then is not gonna be on track today. Sector 2, he's 0.6 behind Leclerc. Yeah, this is definitely a fast lap. Let's see if he's gonna keep pushing into Sector 3. Yeah, Aston is not getting laps again. They have power unit issues. Same with Hajar. Not looking good for Honda, and maybe this is even concerning for Red Bull. Okay, yeah, Antonelli didn't finish that lap and he just went straight into the pits. That would have been maybe have put him in, well, not into P2, but maybe he could have improved his time. Who do you think has more edge for full race tempo, Mercedes or Ferrari? Well, for the race tempo and for durability, I am still putting my bet on Ferrari. But yeah, I think Mercedes engine is more powerful. Now we will see how there's a couple advantages that Ferrari might have, like the anti-stall and all that stalling that we're gonna probably see on the start of the races. So it seems like Ferrari has figured that out and they are ahead from the other teams. And they have been warning on this last year. Nobody listened, so they prepared. And now all the other teams are complaining that it's safety issue, that this, then that. But Ferrari is banning any changes here because they prepare, they spend the time preparing. So yeah, I'm calling it whoever has the most reliable electrical component will win the season. I am betting on that too because I think that it was not mentioned enough. But now I think like with everything that can break down with these new cars, like the gearbox, the stalling in the beginning, yeah, new power units, maybe we'll see some DNFs because the power unit explodes. I really think that the most reliable engine is will have more chances than the most powerful one, but we will see. I'm a bit biased towards Ferrari. I want to see them win a championship, but we'll see if this is the year. I honestly think after watching these sessions that Ferrari is in a better position than MB. Maybe a little down on power, but 20 times more reliable. Yeah, exactly. And you've been seeing that with the other customer teams, like Haas is looking good. They have put so many laps. Right now we see Haas on Ocon on track. Hey, sorry, just joined. Is there an issue with the data with Multiviewer? Having problems with my app too. My data being stuck at the moment. Yeah, there's some issues with the data, so we'll have to be patient and see once it is fixed. We are, by the way, 30 minutes until the end of the morning session. Then we'll have the lunch break. The stream will still be on, so make sure you stay. and I'll share the link at the end of this session for the mobile backgrounds that we made. So hope you like them. We will have more for Friday, but you need to stay because the link will disappear after I post it. So you have like 5-10 minutes to grab the free mobile backgrounds. You need to understand that there needs to be a lot of correlation from design to performance. RV has an excellent simulator that helped Newey design a rocket ship of a car. Okay. Ferrari seems to have built a monster in terms of durability. Yeah, it looks like it. And I like that from them. Still the data is frozen. Let me check. It's still frozen. But at least we have the feed. This in pin chat. So Alonso. A lot of people have been asking. So yeah, Alonso and Hajar with power unit issues. See the Mercedes and McLaren right now on track. McLaren is with the aero racks right in front of the rear wings. They're trying to understand their airflow. Okay. Norris is going into the pits. Says somehow I don't think there will be issues with anyone's power unit. They aren't pushing out the power they once did. Yeah, but they're still. This is still new ones and unfamiliar. It's gonna be different in different tracks, different heights, different temperatures. So I don't think that they can take into account all the different scenarios that the car can be in. So that's why maybe we'll see some DNFs regarding to the power unit. But yeah, I I believe after this season they will be a lot more reliable once the teams get a hold to all the potential issues. Are the power units separate for race and separate for testing? I'm not sure. I know that Ferrari used the same engine in Barcelona and last week in Bahrain, but I don't know if they're still with the same engine. Will Hamilton be racing today? Yeah, some people are saying that he's in the afternoon. I'm still not 100% sure. But it seems we'll see all the drivers today except for uh, Max Verstappen, who will be all day tomorrow. 703 likes. Thank you everyone for liking, and for those who haven't already, make sure to hit the like button. Let's get to the goal of 1000. 28 minutes to go for the morning session. Gasly completes a lap, quite slower than Leclerc. Now we see finally Perez on track. Yeah, they had only 17 laps. So far, they started late this session, but yeah, it's good to see Perez out. Dragon Soul says Ferrari brought new power unit and aero upgrades. Okay, yeah, there's the question answered. Thank you. Okay, the Cadillac, yeah, the Cadillac livery is a bit boring, I would say. I really miss some color, something distinguishing rather than black and white. Can't push too much due to a gearbox that is built by Aston Martin. Can handle the potential of Honda engine. Well, those two things need to work together. I mean, You need an engine, but also you need a good design, good aero. So yeah, we'll need to compromise and see what will bring the most potential, like maybe changing something in the power unit or maybe changing the design, because it doesn't matter if you have great engine and the design is terrible and then the car is still slow. Can we expect surprise from Alpine? They seem super dedicated and aggressive. Maybe Gasly has something to prove finally. Gasly definitely has something to prove, but yeah, I think there are a lot of small things that are going their way. Like they are doing some innovations with the rear wing. Will that work or not? We will see. If it works, they have advantage. They have the Mercedes power unit, which is said to be the most powerful one. So overall, it's looking very good. But yeah, we won't know until the first race next month. Now we see the time of Perez. He's finishing sector 1 in his fast lap. Let's see how it goes. Yeah, that's almost a second slower than Leclerc, but it's still a green sector for him, so he improves his time. It's through sector 2, the one with the most corners and where you need a lot of downforce. Andy, it's multi-viewer. Why Hajar in pit since an hour or so? Yeah, you can see the pinned comment in chat. So Alonso and Hajar are having power unit issues. Perez in sector 2, it's a green sector, but still a lot slower than Leclerc. But he finds some time there. Okay, I see some movement on map, but no, still not working. Let's see. Finishing green lap. It doesn't improve on the standing. He's still P11, but now it's only 4 seconds, 4.4 seconds behind Leclerc. The, the team is changing the tires of Lando Norris. 23 minutes until the morning session ends. Albon is now on track. Let's see if he's on a fast lap. It seems like he's on a fast lap. The rear wing got open. And see the time. Yeah, that's a slow sector 1. Yellow for him. So sector 2. Ahead of him is Leclerc, I think. Yeah, that's a yellow sector 2 also for Albon. So he is not gonna improve much. Currently, yeah, we have the, well, I can't read the standings because the timings are frozen, but I can go just from the gap to the leader. So we have Leclerc 133.739 in P1, Norris 0.3 behind, Antonelli 0.4, Albon almost 2 seconds behind, Gasly 2.1, Hajar 2.4, Ocon 2.6, Alonso 2.7. Hulkenberg and Lindblad, they have similar times. They are 3 seconds behind Leclerc, and there is Perez with 4.4 seconds behind Leclerc. Alonso reportedly admitted that the 2026 gearbox was Aston Martin's first project to build its own gearbox, so it's understandable that there were many failures. The problem is it will take another 6 months to rebuild. Yeah, that's a long. Cadillac in the pits now, tires are going off. Now we see Ferrari overtaking the Williams. It is nice to see an overtake, even though it's not really a battle. And right behind them, we see Antonelli. Beautiful lockup for Albon on the front left wing. Yeah, that's a lot of smoke. Well, actually, that's a big lockup. He locked up couple of times. Yeah, those tires are burned. I don't understand. Didn't this already happen? Didn't they already do the Bahrain testing? Yes, they did one, but this is a second one. Because of all the changes, new cars, new regulations. So we had the Barcelona shakedown first in January. Then last week we had the first Bahrain testing, and now they are doing the same testing basically again this week. Last week we didn't have TV coverage. We only had like 1 hour in the every day in the end. Now we have the TV coverage. So it is not a rewatch party, it's just another testing. The last one before the season starts. Yeah, we're on day 7 of 9 from testing. Yeah, the timings are still not working. I don't know why, and it's not working anywhere else, so it's not from us. So all we can do is wait. 19 minutes to go. I'll be dropping the link to the free F1 background animations. So yeah, make sure to grab them. Actually, let me see if I have them right now. I might just drop them right now. Share, copy link. So here is the link, and let me know if you can access them. If not, yeah, I might need to change some permissions. But let me know in chat if you have access to the mobile backgrounds. Yeah, those are customly made from us. So if you have any requests, let us know. We can do them. Seeing some share requests, so I guess I need to change something in the permissions. Okay, the data is back finally for the last 17 minutes. That's great. The map is back and the data is back. Now we see almost racing. Williams and Mercedes. That was so close. So good to see. Now Albon is going to try to overtake. No, he can't do it. But this is, I think, the first action that we saw on track. Okay, I'm gonna change the permissions now. Okay, try the link now, and you should get the mobile backgrounds. Yeah, I have the one of Ferrari on my phone, and I really like it. We're gonna make more of those. I don't think with the slightly higher compression, it would change the tolerances in regards to maintenance all that much. They'd be tighter for sure, but oil additives, weight, or even pressure could probably help keep everything healthy. Okay. We have Gasly, Perez, Leclerc, Antonelli, Albon, and Ocon on track. Dragon Soul says that Ferrari animated wallpaper is good. Yeah, I really like it. It makes the phone not so boring when you turn it on. Ocon is also on track, I think. Straights like greenish. Those will be the new zones when they will be able to deploy the battery. So that's why they are marked. So there's four of them on this track. Ocon setting a time 1:36.418. Yeah, that's his fastest time actually. He's on track now. 15 minutes until the end. Do you know why Hajar made only 13 laps? A story about it. Can you hear me now? Yeah, I think my internet just went out for a couple of seconds. Yeah, there's a lot of wind here, literally blowing out roofs of buildings. So I think the internet just is having a hard time. But now it should be all back. I didn't know it was only on certain zones, thought it was anywhere. No, it is on certain zones for deploying the battery on the straights. They can use the overtake button anywhere they want. But for the overtake to be available in the lap, in the detection point in the last corner, they will need to be within 1 second to the car ahead. So the overtake can be used anywhere they want, but this one uh, is gonna be, yeah, just on these zones, low grip zones. Because, yeah, just checked online and I quote, in 2026, F1 teams are permitted to use unlimited engine and chassis components during pre-season testing. Okay. So we see the comparison with Leclerc and Norris lap time, and the most time gained from Leclerc is in Sector 2. So they had pretty similar times in Sector 1 and Sector 3. So overtake is like DRS, but anywhere, and battery only certain zones like all DRS. Yeah, exactly. F1 lap by lap update say Red Bull is the only team to not swap drivers for the two sessions. Okay, so we will see Hamilton in the afternoon, and yeah, it will be just Max Verstappen that we don't see today. He will be tomorrow, whole day. Ocon goes a bit off track right in the last turn. Was that a lockup or he just? That was so cool to see, like the front and rear wing open and close at the same time. But yeah, he okay. Another lockup for Albon. This was in turn 10. Front left wheel again. And he also went on track after locking up. I watched a video explaining something about engine clipping and super clipping, how the MGUK brakes the engine way before they reach corners, and some teams brake more than others. Yeah, that's gonna be like on very long straights. The cars will even start to slow down towards the end of the straight, just because the battery drains and there's no more power. They will develop top speed, a lot more top speed, and much sooner in the beginning of the straight, but then they will start losing power towards the last third of the straight when it's a long straight. So that's going to be interesting to see. They will also be need to brake earlier than usually than what they did last year. So yeah, that's opens the door for a lot of more dive bombing, and maybe that's where the overtakes will come, but we will see. This will be crazy to see in Vegas straight. Yeah, also in the biggest straight on Monza, I think there are some estimates that they will need to break 15% earlier than they did in 2025. So that's quite early to break. FIA would go easy on budget cuts this season is my understanding of situation. Yeah, a lot more parts might break, so maybe they'll ease a bit on the budget caps. Yeah, that's a lot earlier. So made more changes to diffuser to send airflow to the rear wing, it seems. Yeah, they have done some changes with the aero. We see Lindblad in the pits having some drinks while the car is without the front wing and without the wheels, and Tim is working on it. Virtual safety car, red flag. Well, this is just testing the systems. There's no actual red flag. Nothing happened on track. We see Antonelli on track. He'll probably go into the pits, and that's Ocon. Ferrari is already in the pits. So I think everyone will probably come out again after the red flag and just do some 1-2 more laps and some practice starts. And it will be really interesting to see the practice starts. We saw with Colapinto the stalling. We have had a couple more stalls for Audi this session. They were practicing in the pits. So I'm actually looking forward to see these practice starts. 755 likes. So make sure to hit the like button, guys. Let's get at least to 800 if we cannot get to 1000. Mercedes and Haas on track. Canada would be interesting to long straights into heavy braking zones. Yeah, definitely. Well, the heavier the braking zone, I think the earlier they will need to brake. So we'll see. Maybe we'll do some analysis and we'll be posting here some charts and some data on when comparison when they brake in 2025 and this year. We see now McLaren, and I'm not sure which is it Alpine ahead. So No, Williams and McLaren, they are waiting for the green light. So they get out on track. Then behind the McLaren, we see the Cadillac. And we have green flags, green lights. Williams goes first, but we're waiting for McLaren. No, nothing caused the red flag. This is just testing. Now McLaren goes second and Mercedes right away up behind them. And there's Cadillac behind the Mercedes. So 4 cars on track now. Check out F1 Bingo League, guys. I'm really looking forward uh, to see your predictions there. I already made mine, and you will be able to see them. Kind of a bold prediction, biased a bit towards Ferrari, but I want to see yours. So the link is in chat. So far, it looks like Mercedes, Ferrari, and Red Bull are the teams competing for the championship. Well, I wouldn't rule out McLaren too, but it's the same top 4 teams. I agree. 5 minutes until session ends, and we have Williams, McLaren, Mercedes, and Cadillac warming up their tires right one after the other, like a formation lap. Lap count not increased. Yeah, it is increased now. Now we see again yellow flags shown. They are still testing. Nothing is happening. Okay, so we have the 4 cars so close to each other. I think they are experiencing some dirty air right now. They are so close. No one is overtaking. They are just following each other. Okay, Cadillac trying to overtake Mercedes. It's not gonna happen. On the inside, no, that's not gonna happen. Yeah, this was a rolling start, I think, test. Now side by side, 3 cars: Cadillac, Mercedes, and McLaren. Cadillac goes ahead. There was no red flag. I mean, there was a red flag, but it was just testing the system, so nothing happened on track. Yeah, just every testing session they do this in the end of the session. Still we see yellow flags, but yeah, that's just testing the systems. Nothing happening. McLaren is closely following Mercedes. Aston will keep improving. They are playing catch up, but their improvement will be linear and strong. Yeah, let's hope so. Yellow flag is FII testing. Yeah, they're testing the systems. Lewis sounds positive apart from one day in testing, but on the track on the racing simulator, Hamilton and Ferrari were apparently the strongest. Time will tell. Yeah, I mean, besides that spin in day one in last week testing, I mean, Ferrari overall looked really good. Okay, it seems like we're gonna get some practice starts right now. Cadillac is setting on the pole position. P2 is reserved for Mercedes, and there we see the McLaren going right behind. So let's see. Only three cars practicing the start. This goes first. The other two are still waiting, and there was no stalling there. And there goes the Mercedes, a bit cruising and sliding. See McLaren. The McLaren is really loud. And yeah, he goes through too. So no stalling this practice starts. Hamilton is running this afternoon. They are not doing full days. Hamilton is driving for lunch for those curious. Yeah, yeah, exactly. I was wrong in the beginning. We'll see Hamilton in the afternoon. The only driver we won't see is Max Verstappen today, but he'll be tomorrow all day. Red Vasseur apparently was satisfied coming out of the team's meeting. He's been pretty neutral about Mercedes engine. It's likely he knows by now their solution for the start procedure is working. Yeah. Ferrari is the one blocking any changes there because they warned everyone and they didn't listen. So now they are caught unprepared. We see red flag again, and I think the session is going to be ending very soon. Still cars on track, Norris, Antonelli, and Perez. Antonelli going into the pits, Perez going into the pits. He's just testing the system. There's no actual red flag, like nothing happened. I mean, there's red flag, but nothing happened. I just wonder what went wrong this morning with Honda. Yeah, Honda and also Red Bull, because Hajar has only 13 laps. Let's do a little recap. So Leclerc topping the sheets. Then we have Norris and Antonelli. In terms of laps, we have Leclerc with 70. Well, actually, Lindblad has 75. That's the most. Then we have Leclerc with 70. Antonelli 69. Ocon 65. Then we go with Albon 55. Norris 54. Gasly actually has 61. Alonso 28. Hajar 13. Perez 24 and Hulkenberg 49 laps. That's that's the session. They are going into the pits now. We see who is this? The McLaren going in. I don't know if they are gonna come out for some more practice laps, but I think the time is out. Yeah, they are putting the cars into the garage. And we are into lunch break. So make sure to stay into the stream because we're not going anywhere. The stream is gonna be on. I might take a little break just to grab something to eat, and I will be back very soon before the session starts. Yeah, make sure to subscribe to the channel and like the stream if you're leaving for lunch too. So yeah, when you come back, you still see the stream. The countdown. Very soon. So stay in the stream. There will be some music and so Check, radio check. We're back with the afternoon session of day one or day four, as some of you might say, of the Bahrain testing. So, yeah, let me turn off this on the screen. We have less than 1 minute until the session starts, so still nothing on track, no cars on track. Uh, Let me go through chat and see what is going on. Cadillac might be running full days between drivers, but haven't seen anything that says for sure. Uh, Let me check. Actually, Cadillac, yeah, they are going to be changing the drivers for all 3 days. So now it's going to be Bottas in the afternoon, Bottas tomorrow is going to be in the morning, and then Bottas is going to be again in the afternoon on Friday. The other times is going to be Perez. 895 likes, 5 more until 900. I know that we can hit it right away. Betting Charles will likely be a major part of World Drivers' Championship. I think it will be him and Max based off what we've seen. But I don't know about constructors. Yeah, we don't know yet. Yeah, Ferrari is there, Red Bull is there, Mercedes, McLaren. The top four teams are there. Anything from the top four teams, only McLaren is the one that's there with two drivers. Which I just read somewhere that Zach Brown is saying that it's going to be similar to last year where they were led to race and there's not going to be any papaya rules unless the situation requires. So we'll see what that means. I'm sure Piastri is not very happy with how it went last year. Charles will be third in the championship. Yeah, it's a prediction. Who's top contender by far? Yeah, as I said, the top four are the same. We will need to wait to see for sure who is gonna get on top after Melbourne. Charles and Lewis in last lap like versus Rosberg. That would be interesting to see. We have green lights. No one is still on track, but the timer is out and we have green lights. Hamilton today? No, he will be in the afternoon. Yes, sorry, I was wrong. It starts right now. Like it started 2 minutes ago, but we still don't see any cars on track. It's good that they are testing the limits and it broke. Better to break here and fix rather than get fucked in a race. Yeah, you're right. And specifically, I think they are not really going to the limits still because if something serious breaks, then they are gonna lose time on track. Like you see, Red Bull is losing time, Aston Martin is losing time. Last year we had Mercedes. Actually, last week we had Mercedes losing a lot of time, so they will be probably pushing a lot more on Friday, and because that's also the last testing. But yeah, we might see some pushes here too. Let me check. We have some notification from Verstappen saying that he doesn't want Formula One to be close to Formula E. Like similar to what he has saying previously that it looks like Formula E on steroids. is coming out. The first car on track for this afternoon session. So Lawson. Berman Lawson. Expected to drive today. I mean, with the issues Hajar is having, I don't know how long will Hajar go. He just drove in the beginning, and since then he is in the pits. So just the time, the stints, but I think we're gonna be able to see at least 5 laps. We'll see. If it's needed, I will remove more. So from the first session this morning, we had 328 kilometers into the speed trap for Hulkenberg and 326 for Ocon. Those were the top speeds on the speed trap. But before the speed trap, they are going a bit faster. It just we don't have a detection zone there to tell us. Colapinto. Yeah, let's see. I don't know if Colapinto is driving in the afternoon, so we're gonna see him. Hamilton also is starting the car. We see the RPMs going up in the chat. There's Stroll starting the car too. Yeah, so we expect them all to go on track. Let's go, it's hammer time. Yeah. I'm with Max on that. I think the Honda issue is quite serious. Well, they have been struggling last week. It still continues this week, so obviously it's an issue. Is Sainz driving today? Yes, Sainz is going to be out in the afternoon session. Now we have Berman going into sector 1, and he's not quite pushing, I guess. 2 seconds slower than Leclerc. But yeah, that Haas looks really nice on track. I really like the black, red, and white. Nine 911 likes. We can get to 1,000, I know. We just need to push a bit. Carlos Sainz. Berman. Yeah, of course, green sector. But yeah, a lot slower than Leclerc. So Lawson sets a time 1:37.8. Berman sets a time 1:41.3. In terms of sectors, we had Antonelli fastest in sector 1 and sector 3, and in the sector 2, where it requires more downforce, Ferrari of Leclerc was the one that was fastest in the morning session. That's interesting to see. That's Lawson setting his time, and it's still just the two drivers on track. Yeah, Hamilton will be driving this afternoon. I think he is. I think he is driving. I was wrong. I was first thinking Leclerc is gonna get the whole day, but I think it's gonna be Hamilton in the afternoon. Russell is preparing. He should be the one from Mercedes going out on track. Berman improving his time, 141.2. If you have any questions, guys, drop them in chat. Uh, yeah, and let us know where are you watching from and what time is there, because it's always interesting to see people watching in the middle of the night, in the morning, in the afternoon. We're all over the place. So drop in chat from where are you watching from. Here is 1:10 p.m. Are they doing live today for the afternoon test on Sky Sports? Yeah, everything is broadcasted since the morning. So it's not like last week, just the last 1 hour. Everything is broadcast. Extreme Madness Oli Beaverman. Now it's just Bearman on track. I think, yeah, Lawson has entered the pits. India, 5:40 p.m. Indiana, 7 a.m. 11:10 p.m. here, says 65 the Blue Hawk. Yeah, we see the Ferrari of Hamilton in the pits, and still Bearman is cruising on the track all by himself. Yeah, I love it when the active aero closes. It's just like the whole car changes. Yeah, Hamilton is getting ready. Liam Lohman. Okay. The first stints from Bearman and Lawson were C3 tires. Straight 300 kilometers. Louisiana, 6 a.m. That's early. What's going? Just Bearman on track. Liam Lawson went for a couple laps, then went back in. So yeah. Goes into the pits, so the track is empty. We see the Racing Bulls preparing Liam Lawson's car, but that car still doesn't have tires, so he's not gonna be out soon. 14:13 in Athens, from Lunar Moon, 11:11. Hi Evie. Ajar still not driving. Yeah, he still hasn't come up. I don't know if they fixed the issue. It's going again. He's still in the pits. New Jersey, 7:14 a.m. track, very empty track. No one is coming out. We are already 15 minutes into the afternoon session. Whoever you saw in the morning now is not going to drive, except for Hajar, but we might not even see Hajar because they are having some issues. So everyone is changing except for Max Verstappen. He's not going to come out today. Okay, we have car out. That's Hamilton. Hamilton is out of the pits and right now going into the straight after turn 3. I wonder if they have fixed the fuel issues, probably still using the 2025 fuel. No, I think they are using the 2026. Any issues with Haas or was it just installation lap? No, Haas had a couple of laps, I think. Yeah, Behrman did 5 laps and he set a time, so everything was fine. Who are driving this evening? Okay, let me go through them. So we have Behrman, we have Bottas, Hamilton, Bortoleto, Stroll, Colapinto. Who am I missing? Sainz, Russell, and Piastri. Those are the ones that are gonna be driving this session. Right now, only Lawson and Behrman did couple laps, and now we are seeing Lewis Hamilton out on track. Aston found 2 seconds already. Well, we don't know how much they found. I mean, these times are not very much representative, so you can't really compare. Yeah, in last week they were like 4.5 seconds from the fastest time. Now they are like 2.7, but that's not the indicator. We don't know who is sandbagging how much. Let's see, Hamilton still on an out lap. He's gonna be starting his fast lap in a second. Yeah, that was Alonso. Now we will see Stroll, and we'll take the average of both. Piastri also on track with Hamilton on a fast lap. He's, of course, with green mini sectors. So let's see what he does in sector 1. Sector 31.7, that's pretty slow. So he's gonna set a fast time, but it's not gonna be a top 5 time, I would say. Let's see how he goes in sector 2. Piastri is on a first lap. I really hope half of the grid stalls at the first race start. That would be the funniest thing ever. I mean, in terms of safety, that's very dangerous. But it is funny because Ferrari has been saying that that's going to be dangerous and no one listened to them. And now they are the most prepared team to start. So, of course, they are going to be blocking these changes because no one listened to them. And it's to their advantage. Hamilton finishing the lap. That's P13, 139.8. Yeah. Piastri, let's see if he's going to be starting a fast lap now. He's on old tires. Let's see, Hamilton. Yeah, he's on 20 lap old mediums. So he couldn't do much. George Russell is leaving the pits. Yeah, Aston is still fixing the power unit issue. We haven't seen them on track. Funny Bear, yes, it is broadcasted. Is the tire history fully displayed? Yeah, I have it actually. Uh, but if I show it, I mean, let me know who do you want to see, and I can tell you what is their tire history because I can see it, but it's not displayed on the chart. Yeah, race starts are going to be ridiculous this year. We'll see. Maybe they will fix it until Australia, or there's a meeting. I believe it's today in Bahrain to discuss all of these things. So we will see. Maybe there's going to be some decision. Tomorrow we'll have more information. Imagine how much Alonso yelled to the GP2 engine. Who is doing more sandbagging? Everyone is sandbagging. I mean, we cannot say someone is not sandbagging. Oliver, you should have it in F1 TV. You need to go into the three dots on the top right, and you should find it there. At least the timings. It's GP3 engine this year. We have Hajar on track finally, so seems that their issue has been fixed. Still, no sight of Aston Martin. Hamilton, Hajar, Piastri, and Russell are the ones on track. Russell is on his installation lap. 22 minutes. We are 22 minutes in the afternoon session. On improving his time, sector 1 is green. Let's see what happens in sector 2. Green sector 2 also. So he's going to improve his time for sure, unless he goes into the pits. Leclerc and Norris tire history, if you can. Okay, let me see. So for Leclerc, he did 18 laps on mediums, 21 laps on test tires, and then another 21 lap on mediums. For Norris, he did 13 laps on hards, 10 laps on hards, 9 laps on hards. So those are the last 3 stints. That's all I can see. I actually probably can see 6 stints, but yeah, I don't think that's gonna show much more because they didn't do that many laps. It's like missing 1 or 2 stints. Stop testing. Oh, so probably okay. This is a joke. You got me there. Seems faster than the last test. Well, I wouldn't say faster, but Williams is looking reliable. We will see how fast they are. Yeah, we don't know exactly what are the test tires. Someone said they are C2s, but yeah, they are just black and we don't know. Go Williams. What happened to Aston Martin? Power unit issue. They did very few laps in the first session, 28 laps, and they have not came out in the second session yet. Stand buying interesting. Yeah. Hamilton, Russell, and Piastri on track now. Sorry, my voice is starting to go away again. Yeah, tomorrow we might have Grush in the morning a bit. Then again, it's gonna be me. And on Friday, Evan is gonna join. He was commentating last week too. Please change the driver's lap times at the bottom of the screen. Yeah, I'll change them, but we still need. Well, actually, yeah, you're right. Let's see. Yeah, you can see now Lawson from Hamilton Berman. Yeah, should be better. Well, actually, it's not. Yeah, we'll need to wait for them to do a bit more laps because they are not gonna show now in the chart. I can only show 5 laps and they haven't yet came there. Ferrari just focusing on getting laps in. Yeah, true. 947 likes. 53 more until the goal of 1K. I know we can do it. 53 more likes. If you haven't liked the stream, hit the like button now, hit the subscribe button and notification bell. Otherwise, you won't be seeing other streams, like YouTube won't be recommending it for all of you. They seem to be trying different energy deployment strategies at Ferrari. Interesting. Any F2 prediction? Yeah, I'm not following F2 this season, so nothing that I can predict for now. Hamilton again improving. Sector 1 is green. Let's see, Sector 2, not so much. And then, yeah, he went into the pits. Now only Piastri is out. We're going with a replay of Hamilton. Did he had a lockup or something? So far, it's looking good. And yeah, he locked up a bit into turn 8 and almost went out of track, but he's going into the pits now. After Rafael Camara, says Plan Jose. I think Aston will be so bad that the FIA will really hit them to F2. They'll make up a new rules, especially to do it. Whose fan are you? I mean, I am not a fan of anything, but I kind of want Ferrari to do well this year. I don't know. I think there's been enough pain for Tifosis. McLaren is going back into the garage. Charles, not to be horribly depressed this year. Poor guy deserves a reward for his loyalty. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think if they don't get these new regulations right, I would even consider Charles leaving Ferrari. I don't know. Everyone is a Ferrari fan, even if they say they are not a Ferrari fan. Exactly. Yeah, we will have very different views in the commentary booth in the channel this year. So yeah, Grash doesn't really believe in Ferrari. I am hopeful, still not really pushing for that, but yeah, I'm hopeful. You can see my bingo card also. Yeah, my predictions there are pretty bullish on Ferrari. So, and if you haven't joined the F1 bingo, please do so. I want to see your predictions there too. Let's see who is gonna guess. Nebula Ultra Charles needs to leave. We'll see. Let's give them a chance this season. New regulations, new car. They are looking reliable. Should be good. We can only hope. No one is on track right now. Soul says my bingo card has 44 points on it. Trust me, I am wilding on Ferrari winning low since 2009. Well, that is probably the bingo card with most points, like the riskiest bingo card, because I haven't seen anyone with more points than 44. Mine is like 36 or 38. Is the 107% rule still a thing? I don't think that was a thing, but I don't know if the 2026 uh, is going to be back again. Track. We are 32 minutes into the afternoon session. That's 1/8 of the session. A long way to go. If Ferrari isn't competitive enough to give Charles a decent shot at the World Driver Championship, he should 100% leave. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, there's a broadcast for the whole day. I think these tests mean almost nothing. Last year, Williams ran in front and they had a max season, for example. Well, actually, if we compare with last year, if you see who were the top five teams into testing, the same teams were top five into the Constructors' Championship. Yeah, it is a mixed order. Williams was P1 in testing, P5 in a championship, but the other four, they were really close. Mercedes also was P5 in testing, P1 in championship, but Ferrari, Red Bull, and Mercedes were like second, third, and fourth, and third, fourth, and second. So yeah, maybe won't tell us who is gonna be the fastest, but it's gonna set a line of which are the top teams, which are the bottom teams. I don't know if that was the case with other testing sessions too. We'll need to check. Only 15 laps for a Red Bull. Yeah, they had an issue in the morning session. Hajar was out for a couple laps, for 2 laps in the afternoon session, and I think he's coming out again. Yeah, he's leaving the pits. So hopefully they do more laps now. Sainz also is coming out for the first time this testing session. Colapinto is out for the first time. Lawson out for the first time. So yeah, a lot of firsts. Basically everyone has changed the car except for Hajar, the driver. To be honest, I got into this sport because of Hamilton from his last year in Mercedes and poor year in Ferrari. That's how I got introduced to Ferrari. Jinx and suffering. But still, my heart goes to the GOAT Hamilton. Yeah, Hamilton should do. I mean, there's no excuses for Hamilton this season. He needs to be on pair with Leclerc. He can't afford to be beaten by him. He needs to be very close to him or faster. The first season, yeah, it was first season in Ferrari, a lot to adapt, so kind of understandable. But now he has to push. Tests don't mean anything, true, but lap count. Lap times give our insights on reliability, degradation over time, and all of that consistency. Yeah, I agree. The former champions should be well aware of the Ferrari curse by now. Yeah, maybe he's hoping that he's gonna be the one that's gonna break it and not be same as you know the team where the champions go to die. Will Lewis get a podium this season? We're hoping for a win. I actually think I have it in the bingo cards that Hamilton is gonna win a race, not a sprint race, a race. That's kind of bold. 995 likes. We need 15 more, just 15 more likes until 1000. Can we do it? For sure, there's 15 people that haven't liked the stream. Yeah, he'll get a podium, but we'll need more than that. Yeah, exactly. Now a lot of cars are on track. Colapinto, Sainz, Hajar, Lawson, Behrman. Lawson is setting his new personal best, 136.871. And yeah, Behrman also left the pits. 15 out of 22 drivers will be on the podium. Well, that means that is going to be a very interesting season. So I hope you're right. 1000 likes. Thank you so much for hitting that. 1000 likes. Yeah, we are a bit slower than last week. But yeah, let's put the goal now to 1500. Change that. Technical Guru, can you explain the battery system in these F1 cars? Well, I'll try to explain what I know. Uh, I mean, I cannot get too much technical, but I can tell you where they are going to use it and how it's going to be used. So, in the corners, they will need to be aggressive with the shifting down. So, they are going to be harvesting energy that way. And then you can see on the map there are like four straights with green, like DRS thing that was last year. So that's when they can use that battery to go even faster. So that is going to result the cars to accelerate much faster when they're coming out of the corners and they're going into these low grip sections. And they will be achieving higher top speed, and they will achieve that higher top speed much faster. But then if it's a long straight, the battery is gonna waste the energy basically, and then the car is gonna start to slow down even if the drivers are with fully pressed the throttle pedal. So yeah, on very long straights they are gonna start slowing down towards the end. On shorter straights they are still gonna be very fast, maintaining the speed because the battery is gonna last, but they will need to brake much earlier, up to 20%, if they want to make the next turn. So it's going to be interesting to see in which straights they are deploying more energy, because they are not going to have enough battery to go full on all straights. So they will need to choose. So a lot of strategy is going to go here. How is Audi doing? Pretty excited to see completely new team with its own engine and such. Well, I would say the completely new team probably is Cadillac, but Audi, yeah, they are doing great. They are putting a lot of laps into the morning session. They had two stalls. They were testing uh, starting, and yeah, the car stalled. So yeah, they seem to have some issues, but all in all, they are looking good, putting a lot of laps. We have Hulkenberg with 49 laps. Bortoleto still hasn't come up in the afternoon session, but he should be up soon. Or maybe he was, and I just need to move the charts a little bit. Let me see. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna make this smaller so you can see the last two stints. So like this. Yeah, Bortoleto still hasn't come out. Stroll and Bottas. So you can see now. You can see now the last two stints on which tire they were, and yeah, how many laps. These those days when a driver had to worry about tires and fuel only. It's too bureaucratic now. Yeah, it's becoming too much. I agree with you, but it's just everything is becoming more digital, and yeah, we have to adapt. And constructors championship is long overdue. Last constructors title was in 2008. Yeah, that has been a long time coming. They should just bring back the V10s. Challenging for drivers this season. Yeah, it's gonna be very challenging, but also this is gonna be opportunity to see which drivers are adapting the best to the new changes. It's not racing anymore, it's battery control wires. Hopefully it's not gonna turn into that, but we will see. In statistic, there's a rumor that Ferrari used biofuel in first Bahrain test, but Mercedes, Red Bull, and McLaren didn't. What do you know on this? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think that they used something different in the first test. I mean, in Barcelona in the shakedown, but I don't know exactly. Is driver championship bigger than constructors championship? Which one counts the most? For teams, it's all about constructors championship. And actually, in the website, we have a page that I just wrote that is explaining that. But for the teams, it is most important. The driver championship doesn't really matter, I would say. So let me share the link, and you can see it. Because from the constructors championship, it depends how much time they are gonna get into the wind tunnel. So, for example, the one who finishes P1 gets the least amount of time in the wind tunnel, and as they go down, they get more and more time, so they are able to catch up to the leaders. But also, yeah, there's the financial thing. So, if you win, you're getting a lot more money. So there's a lot of different things, but really the constructors is the most important for the teams. For the drivers, of course, they want to win the drivers championship, but that's more, I would say, like a prestige thing. But really, it's about the teams in F1. Yeah, as Bubbles Gold said, constructors, because that's what teams get paid on. Okay, let's see. We have Hamilton, Russell, Lawson, Sainz, and Stroll now on track. Can we start see the lap times? Let's see. Yeah, they're still not showing up, but soon they will start. says at the moment it's Mercedes, then Ferrari, then Red Bull, then McLaren, but we have the fastest driver. Okay, we will see. Hajar is already experiencing the curse of being Verstappen's teammate. Yeah, I mean, really only Hajar has had issues with the car. I mean, so far in the sessions where Verstappen needs to drive, everything was fine. I don't know why. Same with Russell and Antonelli. Only in Antonelli's times, yeah, we were seeing some issues with the power unit. Now we have Stroll on track. Here we see Sainz in the pits. The car is being lifted. The car is going back into the pits. Lawson, Stroll, Piastri, Russell, Hadjar, and Hamilton are out on track. This will be tomorrow whole day. Car is under average. I don't know what you mean by that. Stainless steel is indeed much heavier and stronger, but it conducts heat poorly, meaning it can become very hot. It deforms less than aluminum. Okay, I haven't been this excited for a season in 20 years for sure. Yeah, I'm really excited for this season. I mean, yeah, it's becoming more complicated and more things to watch out, but I think with time we will all get used to it. And it's going to be interesting to see a bit of chaos into the track and not like one car dominating or two cars dominating. So I'm very, very excited about this season. And yeah, I'm also excited because I'm probably going to be doing commentary in some races. So it will take some time for me to adapt and to learn to remember all the correct words because English, as you can hear, is not my native language. But yeah, hopefully by the end of the season, it sounds and looks. We have a lot of cars on track. 8 cars on track. Stroll, Piastri, Russell, Berman, Bortoleto, Hadjar, Hamilton, and Lawson. Yeah, I think I might need to cut down the timings a bit more because we can see 2 drivers right now. But probably they're gonna go more to the top once they set a couple of fast times. Okay, can you hear me? I think my internet went out, but it should be back now. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I think just my internet is still messing me. Okay, can you hear me now? I think now I should be back. Yeah, there was some issue with Streamlabs and the internet connection. But if anyone can confirm if you can hear me now in chat, that would be great. I'm not sure what happened, but yeah, first it was my connection issue, but then Streamlabs sometimes is just messing with everything. And I just had an update before this stream, so usually when you do an update, everything breaks. Sorry about that. Okay, I'm getting a lot of yes, all good in the chat, so hopefully we won't have any issues. GP to internet, yeah, that's exactly right. Lots of cars on track. Behrman, Bortoleto, Lawson, Hamilton, Piastri, Stroll, and Russell. And I see all the viewers are coming back, over 2,000 of you. So thank you for sticking here with through the troubles. Hopefully we won't get any more until the end of the session. Seeing a replay of Stroll in turn one, I believe. Yeah, I think happening there. Well, actually, this was the last turn, and Stroll was passed by the Racing Bull. Stroll is improving his time. Green sector one. Says please change colors of Red Bull and Williams. It's confusing now. Yeah, I might change them later. Yeah, I've been considering that. Stroll has set a new personal best time, 1:38.177. Previously, Hamilton has set his personal best, 1:37.037. Which update Ferrari got today? They have new power unit and some aero updates. So, yeah. I can set the there. Sector times. What does the blue represent? I know yellow, green, and purple, but what is the blue? Okay, let me add a link in chat. So on the link in the chat, you will be able to see what everything means on these timing sheets. But just to answer the question about the blue, that is when they are coming outside of the pits and inside. They are going inside of the pits. So you see only the beginning of sector 1 and end of sector 3. Problems again with Hajar's car. Well, he's not on track, but let's see if there are any updates. Yeah, I don't see anything for Hajar. Right now, the only driver who hasn't yet come up on track and should today is Valtteri Bottas. And of course, Verstappen, but he's not going to be driving today. So we're just waiting for Bottas. What's happening with Stroll? Let's see. Austria, not Australia. Forza Red Bull. Aston looks faster. Yeah, if we're comparing to the Aston from last week, they look faster, but still, they are not where they should be. It's our year. I'm guessing this is a Tifosi fan. If the Red Bull was okay, they'd have been out in the first hour. Well, Hajar was out, but he did like 5, 6 laps and then went back again. So I don't know. Maybe they're still having issues. Any idea on when Bottas gets out? Yeah, I don't know. He should be out by now. We are already 1 hour into the session and he hasn't yet been out. Looks decent from Williams. Yeah, they are putting a lot of laps. And we see Sainz now on track. Oh, again, that's bird view. I don't know if this is lap one. Yeah, this is lap one. This is a great camera, like the bird view of the lap, and you can see all the cars, like the whole car lines. Yeah, I love it. Would be fun to see the race start with that view. Hans would be better off playing golf. Can you show lap times of Russell? He's on a race run. Okay, let's go to Russell. I don't know if I will be able to show them all, but I'll read them for you. So Russell, yeah, he's on the hard tire and he's doing very consistent 138.5, 0.6, 0.6, 0.9. Everything is 137. Sorry, 137. And he has done 11 laps, from which one of the laps is his fastest, 137.5. Red flag. And guess who is beached in the gravel? I'll let you guys guess in chat. So can you type right away who is beached in the gravel? Who is beached in the gravel? I'm waiting from you to guess in the chat. If someone is gonna get it wrong, that's a ban. I'm kidding. Special Agent Stroll. Stroll, yeah. No one got it wrong. Yeah. Someone was just saying that he should be playing golf, and he got beached. You know, like when you play golf, and the ball goes off the grass into the sand. that was that was funny, and oh my god, he spun. Yeah, it wasn't. It seems like it wasn't his mistake, but still, it's funny that it happened to him. Yeah, the car just. Huh. Yeah, it's strange. So as soon as the active error closed, like the car just like the balance went off, and he the back the rear just slided a bit. So then yeah, he just went straight into the turn. So yeah, this is probably not a mistake of Stroll, but it is weird that the car acted like that. I don't know what happened. Let's see. GP2 driver. Okay. These regulations are gonna benefit the big brain driver, so maybe not. Okay, we are roasting him too much. Yeah, no driver error for sure. Like yeah, at least from what we see. And we can see now these new safety lights that they have on the mirrors. So when the car stops, they are starting to blink like an orange light. Yeah, so that should be good for safety. 10 seconds extra on the start procedure. He blocked Hamilton on the previous lap. Perhaps it's karma. Yeah, I didn't see that blocking. Let's go with Stroll on board. Yeah, he didn't do anything wrong. But as soon as he downshifted and the aero closed, it's like the car like shut down. I don't know. So he's genius. He blocked all the other teams to gain time for Aston to catch up. Well, it's not like he's gaining time for Aston to catch up, but more just like abstracting the time of the others to get away. Car slipped on a banana peel. Well, it kind of looked like it. Engine running, no drive. Yeah. Aston Martin crew is not very happy into the garage. This is this is not looking good for the Honda power unit, definitely. It looks like might be an issue to the I don't know to the power unit, but it is a very very strange thing. Promo says something broke inside the car. Stand by. What kind of tires did Leclerc have when he set the fastest lap today? I think it was on softs. They they lifted the Aston Martin car, but they lifted it enough so we can see the floor, and they immediately went to New in the garage because they were like, he's gonna be pissed that everyone is seeing the bottom of the car. Maybe hydraulics failed. Test tire, okay. Happened, yeah. Aston Martin happened. Well, while we wait for those who are new here, make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit the like button, and we're seeing the Aston Martin car being lifted now. And we can see the floor. Yeah, I think everyone is gonna be picking from below to see what Newey has been cooking. The Max's downshift trick, maybe. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see the telemetry and we'll see what he was doing. Yeah, Aston broke down, and this time it seems that Aston broke down. It wasn't like Stroll did something. Okay, we're back with footage from the Williams garage, and Sainz is going out. It's right now is the only car on track, no one else coming out. F1 to start again, so I can find a way to distract myself when Manchester City loses. Yeah, Lance Stroll a bit disappointed, walking back to the garage. looking at a replay of Oscar Piastri. Turn 1, turn 2. That looks good here. Yeah, I think this is just a whole lap of Piastri we are looking at. Yeah, you should be able to start seeing the times of the other drivers as they put new laps, because now we have Hadjar, we have Sainz, we have Colapinto on track. Yeah, I can't show more laps because then we'll need to hide some of the drivers. Hamilton slow today. I mean, he didn't have much laps. I mean, 15 laps, and we just had a red flag. I think he might be putting some quicker laps now. Let's see, he's on a new medium tire, so yeah, he might be pushing a bit. Yeah, we don't know the fuel lots, but we can see when someone is on longer stints, when they are simulations, when they put like more consistent times. Sainz is setting a new personal best, 1:36.601. Yeah, that every sport needs an enemy, but it's gone way too far. Yeah, I think, I mean, yeah, there's always one on the grid that gets treated like the enemy, but it's the way it is in every sport. We had previously Mazepin, now I guess it's Troll. At some point we had Guatifi also. Who else? Oh, can you actually name all the, let's say, bad guys that you remember in Formula One? That like the audience, the F1 community really didn't like. Mazepin was definitely on top of that list. Was that a driver error? No, it was not a driver error. Maldonado. Okay. Pastor. Okay. Verstappen, Maldonado, Schumacher, Montoya, Michael, Schumacher, Massa. Well, I didn't expect to see these names, but Kvyat, Grosjean. Okay. Hamilton push lap. Let's see. Where is Hamilton? Yeah. He went 1:34.576. He's right now on P4, getting within 0.8 of Leclerc. Now Lawson, Russell, Colapinto, Hamilton, Sainz, and Behrman are on track. That's a race run from Hamster. That Ferrari is rapid. Yeah, I think it wasn't a race run, more like quali lap, because I believe right now he's on a cooldown lap. Yeah, I was listening something, but I didn't hear everything. Okay. Mm. Okay, Piquet was also quite hated. Just saw the new Ferrari diffuser, so interesting. George going for it. Let's see. Russell, yeah, three green sectors, but that is just enough for P5, 135, 588. That is, yeah, very close to the Hamilton time, but still slower. What's the problem with Aston Martin? We don't know. We just like it was going straight, and as soon as Stroll started shifting down and closed the active arrow, the car just went out of balance and like slided away from the track in the gravel. So it wasn't a driver's mistake, but something really broke in that car. We will see if we get some news later, and I'll let you know. Good luck by Lawson. Let's see what did Lawson do. Where is he? He's P11, 136, 325. Yeah, Lawson personal best, Russell personal best, and Behrman just set a new personal best, 136, 781. How is Hamilton, new engineer, performing better than Adam? We will see in the races. I mean, right now we're just testing. We cannot make a decision who is doing how. Everyone is testing. Yeah, Kinesh, I'm again here. Great to meet you all. Well, great to have you here. Okay, I need to stand a little bit because I've been sitting all day. Yellow. Well, I think you might be behind on the stream, so make sure to refresh. That was probably from where Aston Martin went to the gravel. Tracks on many cars on track now. Colapinto, Berman, Hamilton, Lawson, Piastri, Russell. Oscar, 6-7. That is his new personal best and puts him into P3 right behind Lando Norris. And this is actually very similar time to one of Lando Norris. So in terms of the sectors, still we have Antonelli's fastest sector 1, Leclerc fastest sector 2, and Antonelli again fastest sector 3. For the speed trap, still Hulkenberg 328 kilometers per hour and Ocon 326 are the top two from the morning session. Did Bottas go out today? No, we haven't seen Bottas still. That's the only car that still hasn't gone out in the afternoon session. Russell is on a race simulation. According to the reports, but he still had the time behind Hamilton, so I don't know if that was race simulation. At some point, Berman was running very slowly, but yeah, then he resumed, entered the pits, and now he's out of the pits. He installed a plate on the car's exhaust. I didn't see that. Yeah, all cars got blinkers this season. That's for safety. I kinda like those. Yeah, maybe they're doing quali plus race simulation. Could be. Well, we can see the times. Yeah, he's on a cooldown lap afterwards. And let's see the other times. Russell's times are very slow, so I don't think he's on any simulation. Lawson, 3 yellow sectors, 138, 590, not improving. Who is on track? I don't see Bottas. Checo Perez. Perez was in the morning session, so he's not going to be out in the afternoon. We're waiting for Bottas to come out. They said it uses air from the engine to generate downforce with that plate. Yeah, that could be. Data gathering exercise. Don't expect anyone till Friday to go out for quick laps. I mean, we might see some quick laps, but for sure, I think that Friday and specifically Friday afternoon session is going to be the one where we see really the quick laps. I just saw the pictures of the Ferrari. It looks like they finally did something innovative for a change. Let's hope so. And let's go hope it's in a good direction. Not just doing some innovative to be slower. Where is Red Bull? Yeah, Hajar is right now getting out of the pits. We see again this from race control overtake enabled now. This is gonna replace the DRS enabled message. No, Ferrari brought new engine and new aero. He has not been able to close a quality simulation during these 4 days. New tires, mistake, pit. Yeah, Francesco, I agree with you. But maybe the innovative thing is what Alpine is doing with the rear wings and the way they open up. So I would say that is innovative. We'll have to give it a close look and see if that maybe works better than what the other teams are using. Yeah, it's a new engine. Yeah, the times on the screen are including also the morning session. We cannot exclude them. There is a bad day for Red Bull. For sure, they have put very few laps, just 24, and it's already almost session and a half. We are 2 hours and 35 minutes until the afternoon session ends. Thing happening in the timing sheets, we have 7 cars on track. Lawson, so Hajar, Bortoleto, Colapinto, Piastri, and Carlos Sainz. Berman is leaving the pits. We're back into the pits. Let's go to chat. Solid Ardila for Sainz. Love seeing Sainz climbing up. Williams aiming the best of the rest, P5. Well, for them it's gonna be great if they can remain in P5, but that's gonna be yeah, that's gonna be a stretch because Haas is looking good. I don't know, Racing Bulls, they are here, so it's gonna be probably a battle between those three. And then the bottom would be, I would say, Audi, Cadillac, and Aston Martin. From testing, it seems that Red Bull has the highest speed on straight lines. They do, they get pretty high, but I don't think maybe we have the engines turned up all the way. So, yeah, someone might be hiding some speed. Has Audi solved the engine overheating problem? Well, they're running today well, without too many issues. They had some stalling when they tried to test restart, but other than that, it's been fine for them. So I would assume there's no issues. Still don't know. Aston Martin had to build their own gearbox. They shot themselves. Yeah, kinda. What do you think of Alpine? Well, I'm looking forward to see how this rear wing is going to be accepted for Alpine. That's really the most innovative thing. But if that works, they have a good engine, reliable it seems, and powerful engine from Mercedes. Then it's all on them. I would say the cards, they have a good hand, but how are they gonna play it? We'll see. It can go either way, terribly bad or really, really well. They say that cars will not be as fast as last year by about 2 seconds on this track. Yeah, on this track, specifically in sector 1 and sector 3, right now the cars are slower by 1 second. And in sector 2, they are slower like 3 seconds. So where there are many turns, they will be much slower. But in the straights, they will get closer to the times of last season. So this track in particular has 4 big straights, so they might be like 2 seconds behind the time, I would assume. But in other tracks, when we have not that many straights and more turns, they will be more than 2 seconds slower. It's Cadillac. Yeah, Cadillac, we're still waiting for Bottas to come up. Okay, the Lance Stroll car have just now arrived in the pits for them to start checking it and working on it. So it's been like half an hour. Let's see what they figure out, what happened with the car. Will Max be on track today? No, Max will come out tomorrow. Still a fossil? Yeah, sure. Anytime. Yeah, Max is out tomorrow. Yeah, Piastri and Behrman are actually racing. Piastri is ahead. Behrman is ahead actually, and Piastri is following closely behind him. Yeah, this is nice to see. Very close. Piastri is very close to Behrman, and yeah, let's see if he's gonna pass him. Still going behind him very closely. Piastri is not making the move, but he's just following close. And now he goes to the inside. And yeah, Berman let him pass. Well, Berman is not giving up. He wants to feel that dirty air from behind, I guess. Okay, now Piastri is moving away. Do we have Bottas? Yeah, Bottas is finally on the track after 1.5 hours. Let's see if he is gonna set a quick time. What happened to Alonso? He is not driving in the afternoon, but even if it was, yeah, the car is not very well for the Aston Martin. They just got it in the pits after Stroll went into the gravel, so we'll see what happened to the car. Do you think Ferrari are as good as they look, or are others sandbagging? We will see soon enough. I'm pretty bullish on Ferrari. Now they are saying that Piastri overtake Behrman with the boost button. So that's interesting because he went into uh, 8th gear into, I don't remember which turn it was, but not an usual turn to go into the 8th gear. So probably he pressed the boost button. So this might be the first time we see in the 2026 cars. You're bullish on the car, but the team, I'm not so sure. Yeah. Nothing happened to Hajar. They had some issues in the morning. He was out, did a couple of laps this session, so we are waiting for them to come out. Okay, I need to go and get something to drink. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, I'm back. Have I missed? Piastri, Bottas, and Bortoleto on track. Now Hajar is coming out. Bottas has set a personal best 142, 150. That is not enough to put him into the top 19. All the time, Hajar is doing one lap, then straight into the pit. I think he's doing more than one, but yeah, very few laps, and then going into the pits. Now we see the Cadillac of Bottas. Looking nice, but kinda missing color for me. See if he's gonna be pushing. No, he went back into the pits. What happened to Stroll? Yeah, we don't really know. They are investigating the car right now. But something happened to the car. It wasn't driver's mistake. Did Max go out yet? No, Max is not coming out today. He's gonna drive tomorrow. The Cadillac needs its chrome back. I agree. Yeah, the car was bitched. Well, it was more the car bitched Stroll than Stroll bitched the car. What are the bottom five looking as right now in terms of lap times? To which bottom five you mean? Which drivers? Piastri and Bortoleto on track. Some nice laps from Piastri, 137. Uh, this is a long run on the cuts. Yeah, currently Charge is doing some laps. 26 right now. Yeah, I think it's one day Hajar, one day Max, and the last day they are both going. Yeah, exactly. There seems to be an update about the compression ratio. Okay, so seems that uh, there has been an update on the compression ratio. So basically, the proposal is that from August 1st, 2026, the compression ratio must stay the same, not only just when they are measuring it, but also in the operating. Basically, like uh, the proposal is that the Mercedes engine after after first August 1st, 2026 wouldn't be legal, I guess. I don't know if I'm getting this right, but this is still just a proposal. And it needs to be voted within the next 10 days. We will see how this goes. So the compression ratio needs to be 16 to 1. on a temperature of 130 degrees, not just like when it's cooled down. Uh, so that is the proposal for August 1st, starting August 1st. So let's see how they're going to vote on this. That would mean that the Mercedes engines would be okay until then, if that gets voted. But then from August, they will need to change something. Yeah, compression ratio decision being talked about again. So there's going to be some voting, and we'll see how this turns out. Mid-season, yeah. Well, I don't know how is this voting like. Is it like 51% needs just to pass it, or they need more? Blue collar on microsectors, it's when they are coming out of the pits or in the pits. Okay, this is a big news about the compression ratio, so let's see how that unfolds. Hamilton and Bortoleto are now on track. Yeah, he went a bit out and picked up some gravel, but he's still on track. He has set some purple mini sectors in sector 2 and green sector 2, and he's improving in sector 3, so he might be setting a new best time for him. Let's see. Yeah, that's a new personal time for Hamilton, 1:34.299. Still P5, but it's an improvement. Yeah, still a fossil set. Yeah. Decision will be to test static and then in 130 degrees, but not until August 1st, if this is decided in the next 10 days. So this is still not decided. It's just a proposal. So basically, Mercedes would need to restrict compression post August 1st, and that's what they need to vote on. I think so. So depending on how big of an advantage this is, they will need to push until August to make as big as gap in points as they can, if this goes through. But yeah, this is just drama for no reason, because FIA should have thought of this in the beginning and put this into the rules. Like they know that the teams are gonna try to bend the rules, so the new regulations should be bulletproof. But in this case, it wasn't. This might be the funkiest season ever. I agree. Especially if this goes through, like we could have. I don't know how this will change the performance of a car, but we can have two different seasons, like until August and after August. So we see the Haas car in the pit lane without the front wing, without the wheels, and everyone is gathered around the car working something on the back. What happened to Stroll? Only 7 laps, good speed, and then nothing. Yeah, Stroll, I mean, something happened to the car and he was going straight. As soon as he started shifting down and closed the aero, the car just spun and he went straight into the gravel. So they just got the car like 15 minutes ago into the pits, and they are investigating what happened. Yeah, it wasn't a driver mistake. It was something happened with the car. It's nasty for Aston Martin. They haven't had much luck last week. This week seems, I don't know if it's the same or worse, but they are really struggling. Doesn't look good. They're going to change the race starting. I don't know yet. They are talking about it, but I don't know. I think Ferrari won't like that because they adapted to that, and the other teams kind of ignored them. But we will see. First, I thought it was a monkey seat at the back of the Ferrari, but then they basically recreated the blown diffuser by the looks of it. Yeah, RPM is brutal when he talks about Stroll. The Aston seems to be having a lot of issues. The only positive I've heard about it is Adrian Newey. Yeah, I don't think Adrian Newey is having a good time right now, but we'll see what he can come up with. Be improved by Williams. Williams are looking good, yeah. They are with the times P7 and P8 right now. They are putting decent laps every session since last week, so it's good. They look reliable. Yeah. Little loss on Hajar and Sainz, and Sainz is gonna go on the prototype tires. Yeah, these are the prototype or the test tires. We don't know what they are. Of course, the exhaust gas energizes the diffuser. Is the test being broadcasted? Yes, it is. All 3 days it's gonna be broadcasted. New engine rules from 1st of August, they will have to be agreed between engine manufacturers in 10 days. Yeah, if they agree, the change will be from 1st August. Happened to Stroll just joined. Yeah, he was driving on the straight. As soon as he started shifting down and closing the aero, something snapped into that car and just like slided in the gravel. So it wasn't driver's mistake. Watson now is improving. Green sector one. Yeah, that's an okay sector one. green sector 2 and green sector 3, and he improved his time to 1:35.753, P9 for Lawson. Uh, See from Petidani, if, and I can stress this enough, if it's really a blown diffuser, Ferrari couldn't have been more perfect with the timing. After all, these cars apparently need to rev high, even in slow corners. We will see soon enough if that's the case. Hajar is going to push. Where is Hajar? He is not on track. He entered the pits. Sainz looking competitive. He had improved. He found some time in sector 1 and sector 3, but yeah, that he didn't improve his lap time overall. If they talked about the race starts, is it something going to change? Yeah, we don't know yet. We will know probably soon enough. Tom being only 0.19 behind Norris is great. This is going to be a fun year. This doesn't mean anything right now. The times are not something that we should look too much. McLaren might be sandbagging. Probably are. Yeah, a lot of drivers say that the race start is a problem, but the thing is, Ferrari has been saying that a year ago and nobody paid them attention. And now, when they spend the time and developed something and adapted to that, now everyone is like asking for the rules to change. Well, to be honest, they should have considered that on time. To me, like the only issue is that it is a safety issue. But if it wasn't a safety issue, I would be like, I wouldn't change anything. It was known from the beginning. Someone pointed it out, everyone ignored, so now there's consequences. But I am a bit biased towards Ferrari, so you might hear that in my voice. Carlos went off the track in second sector. I think I missed that. Yeah, I mean, if they are gonna stand still on the start of the race, they are gonna lose a lot of places. I think Piastri said that they can lose 6 or 7 places just from the start procedure. Okay, Piastri, purple sector 1, purple sector 2, and Piastri is gonna be setting the best time right now. 1:33.469. I think this is the fastest so far in both tests. I can't remember what was Antonelli's fastest time, if someone can remind me in chat, but I think this one is probably faster. And this is on a medium tire. Yeah, Piastri was flying. Time for Piastri. 1:33.6 was Antonelli, and this is 1:33.4. So faster than that. This is the fastest time so far. Okay, Keith is saying Max said if someone is worried about race start, should start from a pit lane. Yeah, Max doesn't have hair on the tongue. What's happening with Colapinto? Okay, he was running slowly, but he resumed. So I have to add that we can see start crashes in F2 regular. Yeah, a bit of a lockup for Bottas, front right wheel. Okay, that's not a bit of a lockup, that's a big lockup. Yeah, I know Bottas and Perez are missing because, I mean, their times are not representative yet. So once they, well, I guess once Bottas puts a representative time, he'll go up and Stroll is going to go up. I just wanted to show more of the lap times below because if I go down for two positions, it's going to be, yeah, it's, you won't be able to see any long stints. Cars are heavier by 50 kilos minimum compared to last year. Isn't it the opposite? Like they're lighter, or am I wrong? Verstappen Bottas are 20 and 21st, and Verstappen is last because he's not gonna be driving today. So the last year pole position here was 128.9. So we're getting close to that. 4 seconds. Let's go with a replay of the whole lap of Piastri. Good turn one, good turn two. Yeah, I'm not making a direct comparison with 2025. They're also totally different. It was just to say that they are not much lower. Yeah, I agree. Piastri's maximum straight speed, I don't know. I can see in the speed trap, he wasn't that quick, 320 kilometers per hour compared to, let's say, Hulkenberg, 328. Also, yeah, he was quickest in sector 2, 259 kilometers per hour. And if we look at the sectors, he has faster sector 1, fastest sector 2, and yeah, he slowed down into sector 3. He's before there. But sector 1 and sector 2 is what made the difference for the purple lap. Yeah, he drifted a bit in sector 3, and that's why that was slower there. Let's see, Piastri, yeah, he's improving a bit into some mini sectors, but that's still a yellow sector. But he's pushing definitely. Lawson Russell, Lawson Russell, Colapinto, and Piastri are the only ones on track. We are halfway through the afternoon session. 1 hour and 57 minutes until the end of it. Piastri 1:33.725. So that's another quick time. Now we see Russell improving in sector 1, some purple mini sectors, improving in sector 2. He has one purple mini sector there, so I think Russell is going for it. Sector 1 and sector 2 are improvement for him, but still far away from Russell, and he seems to be slowing down in sector 3. Yeah, Russell goes P3, 133.748. He gets very close, 0.0009 to Leclerc. So it seems like everyone is starting to push now. Let's see, Lawson. Lawson is not pushing. Colapinto. Colapinto is not pushing also. Yeah, Piastri's last lap is still faster than Russell's fastest right now. But they are very close, yeah. Are on the same tires. Yeah, both are on the mediums, and these are, yeah, new mediums. Okay, let's see the lap count for every driver. So we have Piastri with 33, Leclerc 70, Russell 34, Norris 54, Antonelli 69, Hamilton 24, Sainz 24, Colapinto 25, Albon 55, Lawson 36, Gasly 61 lap, Hadjar 28, Ocon 65, Bortoleto 25, Alonso 28, Hulkenberg 49, Lindblad 75, the most today, Behrman 25, and Stroll with 7. I cannot see the lap counts of the Cadillac team, but they didn't have too much laps, especially Bottas. Yeah, Leclerc is not driving now, just Hamilton. Leclerc was in the morning. Sainz has left the pits, and George Russell has entered and immediately left the pit. So again, Sainz, Russell, Lawson, and Colapinto are on track. We are almost at 1.2k likes, so 5 more likes until 1200. Hit that like button, subscribe to the channel more importantly, because we will be doing this throughout the whole season for every single session. I think someone may push into 132s today. We're getting really close, but I'm not sure if we're gonna get to 132. Maybe on Friday, yeah, but today I doubt it. I think very likely this is gonna be the fastest time. It's pushing right now. Yeah. If you guys have any questions, drop them in chat. You'll see the link to our F1 Bingo League, so I'm inviting you all to join it. and share your bold predictions or whatever predictions you have. I think it's going to be fun, and we're going to have some fun with it throughout the season. So far, we have 152 members into the league. That's quite a high number. Some of you still haven't picked your bingo cards, but most of you have, and there are some really interesting ones. Understand what's happening in Red Bull. I have no opinion if their car and engine is good or not. We don't either. I mean, they have had some issues last week when it was Hajar's turn to drive. Now again with Hajar's turn. I don't know what they're doing. First, they had some hydraulics issues, then power unit, and we don't know. Carlos Sainz has set a new personal best, 135.113. And he's again improving. No, this was the fast time. Yeah, 135.113. Sainz on C4s. Think anyone can assume these times as each lap or sector is specifically tested for specific criteria. Impossible to judge before opening race. Yeah, I agree completely, but we can have some fun and we try to guess and see what's happening. In the end, how far could it be for the real thing? I mean, Alonso looks more competitive today. Well, in the morning, yes. In the afternoon, they the car was not that good. As we speak about this, we see the crew in the Aston Martin garage. They are putting the numbers on the car or taking them out. I'm not sure. But anyway, we don't see Lance Stroll, so he's not going to be coming out anytime soon. They're still working on the car. Getting close to the power hour. 1 hour, 49 minutes till the end of the day. Some great racing with boost instead of DRS. Yeah, boost, overtake, battery, everything will be very important in the overtaking. Now we'll see, will they be able to use these more for overtaking or for defending? If instead they use these tools for defending, most of them actually, they won't be able to use, I guess, the overtake when there's no car ahead. But then we will see less overtakes. Yeah, Bottas was out for a couple laps from Cadillac, but he's in the pits right now, and we haven't seen him recently. They are a bit hidden from the lap times below, but there's nothing to see really there. They haven't put any competitive times. For anyone wanting to know what everything on the screen means, just look at this. You will see now a link in the chat, and that's to our website where we are explaining every single column, what everything means, what every color means. And yeah, I think it's useful for beginners. is not showing up. Try it again because it should have dropped a link. Anyway, you can go to www.racingstatisticsf1.com and you will find all the information there. Okay, there is the link. I'm actually gonna pin it on the top of the chat, so for any beginners, any newcomers who want to learn all the data, what it means in the screen, but they are too shy to ask, you can check it there. And if you are not too shy to ask, feel free to ask me. That's why I'm here. Someone might set a 132 in the last hour. Maybe, but I think that that's more likely for tomorrow and Friday. I don't think they're gonna be pushing much in the last hour today. Did Hamilton's car broke down? No, that's fine. It was Stroll's car that broke down. Gabriel Bortoleto set a new personal best 136.278. Previously Sainz set a new personal best 135.113. Yeah, there's no link on Twitch about the website. It's just on YouTube. So if you're listening on Twitch and you want to learn about this, you'll need to come to YouTube. Such Ferrari like for all their confidence in starting procedure in Australia, only the Ferrari drivers burst the start procedure and get stuck. Well, it's more like it's going to be the other way around, but we will see. We will see. So smoke coming out of Hamilton car on his outlap. Engine expired. I didn't see that. I mean, Hamilton is not out on track, so I don't know when did you see that. Piastri is now starting a lap, having some green mini sectors, but he's not improving his time. Still a yellow sector 1. Still quite quick though. Some purple mini sectors in sector 2, so he might improve a bit. I don't know. Yeah, something broke on the car, but it was not Stroll's fault. I'm putting Aston Martin last in my CC. Piastri has done a nice, I mean, still yellow sector, but 4 for sector 2, 45 to 7, and the fastest is his 45.07. So that was pretty quick sector 2. So this is going to be a very quick time. 133.755. That is on the timing sheets, that would be pit 3 behind Leclerc. Well, it's going to be P4 behind Russell too. Actually, yeah, behind Russell too. Oscar is pushing. Bortoleto is improving again. 136.162. Good lap times for Audi. 30 laps for Bortoleto, Hülkenberg 49, and Bortoleto still has an hour and 40 minutes. Question, why is Red Bull not getting the car out? We don't know. They had some issues in the morning session. Maybe the issues are still persisting, but yeah. Finish saying Red Bull is coming out soon. Yeah, Hajar is already on the track. He has 29 laps from morning session and this one. That's very, very few laps. Hopefully he gets some good runs until the end of this session. Bottas is also out. Bortoleto, Russell, and Piastri. Those are the 5 cars. Yeah, Bottas is not in the table because he still hasn't set a competitive time. So he's P20 or P21. But he's gonna show up once he puts a quick time. Cook, thank you so much. Yeah, everyone, if you can hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. We do this every day, for every session. Seeing Hajar now on track. Green sector 1, he is improving. Currently, he is P13. See, green sector 2, so he is pushing. Some green mini sectors in sector 3. So he should be improving his time now, I think. Unless he goes into the pits again. No, he's pushing. Hajar goes P7, 134.530. And Bottas already improved 140.655, but that's still not enough to get into the sheets. He needs to go faster than 138 to be able to be included into the sheets. Yeah, he slowed on sector 2. Yeah, Hajar made test this morning, but they had some issues and he didn't do much laps into the morning session. They're trying to see what was the issue with Stroll. I mean, I see they're polishing the car and the rear wing. So, okay, Stroll is getting ready, so he's gonna get into the car again. So let's see if they fixed it. Yeah, Stroll is gonna go on track very soon. Hopefully they found the issue, they fixed it, and now we're gonna see some good runs for Stroll. Igoristas, he says, if today was P3 of a normal weekend, FP3, I guess you mean, and it was still Bahrain, how do you think the cars currently will rank up teams-wise? Well, if this was FP3, I would say McLaren, Mercedes, Ferrari, Red Bull, Williams, Racing Bulls, Alpine, Haas, Audi, Cadillac, and Aston Martin. Toledo is now on a fast lap. Yellow sector 1. Yellow sector 2. Yeah, there's gonna be no improvement for Bortoleto. So Piastri, Bottas, Hadjar, and Bortoleto on track now. It's not out. Yeah, I don't know. He put 24 laps. He should put at least that many, but he's not out on track. But there's still time. I mean, 1 hour and a half, so they have time. Audio looks decent besides the overheating. Hamilton is drinking his prune juice and watching his afternoon game shows right now. Let's see. Okay, Mercedes are preparing for a pit stop practice, I guess. That was a quick pit stop. Yeah, that was a practice pit stop and a launch. And a good one. So for this testing, they are allowed to do this like what Mercedes did. Basically, they come into the pits, they simulate a pit stop, and then the car starts to go out and it stops immediately after that, and then can go back. So this would allow them to do more pit stops, because also the crew needs some practice, needs some testing, and these are new regulations, new cars, so they need to put their practice there too, so they can have quick pit stop times. Actually, in the F1 bingo, we have such a car. If you think that the fastest pit stop of the season is going to be below 2 seconds, because yeah, last year we had below 2 seconds, but this is already teams familiar with the cars and they have been developing them for some time. But these are new cars, so below 2 seconds pit stop is going to be rare, very rare, if it happens at all. So I have that on my bingo card, so let me see if some of you are also going to use it. Hajar and Bortoleto are now on track. Bortoleto and Bottas. Let's see the times of Bottas actually. Bottas, yeah, only hard tires, 140, 141. He needs to put some softer tires if he wants to show up in the timings. Bottas and Behrman. There's Behrman. Seems to be pushing. And he's gonna be overtaking. Is that Cadillac? Yeah, I think that's Bottas. It's right behind Bottas. And on the main straight, they go side by side, but he cannot pass the Cadillac. And into turn one, I think he's just gonna make the move. Nice move. Dominic Guitarist, thanks for all the stats. Well, thank you for watching with us. Yeah, we saw some racing previously also, and now with Cadillac, and now we're seeing Cadillac and Audi, Bortoleto and Bottas. So we have seen some action today, even though it's training. Thank you, Steel of Fossil. Yeah, Bottas is hidden below the other stats, but as soon as he has a time faster than 138, he will show up in the stats. Topping the straight line speed. Oh, that is the speed trap. Yeah, Bortoleto is now 332, and second is Hulkenberg with 328. So that Audi is pretty quick. Is the Aston still looking bad? I mean, they still haven't come on track. They were preparing to get on the track. Seems like they fixed whatever was the issue, but still, they are not on track. I'm looking forward to see if everything is fine right now. Team with GPT engine doing in this test. Well, not so well. We are waiting for them to see if they fix the issue and they're gonna come out on track. Roleto passing the Cadillac of Bottas. A nice pass. That's fun here. Cadillac will not be last. P8 or P9 in constructors. Yeah, I'm hoping they are gonna do well. Yeah, but it's totally okay even if they are last. They have a lot to learn. Issue with Ferrari. What is well, I let me check if I can find something on the social media. Seeing anything. See anything. See now Colapinto. He's starting his fast lap. Let's see if he's gonna improve. He had some green mini sectors, but he's not improving. Yellow sector 1. Similar thing into sector 2. With a bit more green sectors, mini sectors. So yeah, maybe he's gonna improve his time. Let's see, sector 2, final turn. Yeah, that's a green sector 2 for Colapinto. Found some time there. And he's improving in sector 3 also. Let's see if overall he can improve his time. 35,361. That is a new personal best for Colapinto. Right now, Sainz, Bottas, Bortoleto, and Colapinto and Piastri are on the track. 1 hour and 26 minutes to go. It with the water. I think Cadillac has driver advantage over several teams. Aston Martin, one driver, Alpine, one driver, Red Bull, Racing Bull Juniors, one. Yeah, Cadillac definitely has the advantage of the experience here. And as I said, I'm really looking forward to see how will be the total energy of the team, like who is gonna show up to be the driver one, who is gonna be the second driver, will there be a driver one and two, because Bottas and Perez both come from uh, previously into teams where they were clear second driver. So I think maybe Perez is more hungry to be a leader of the team, but I think that might actually put him into the second position of the team. Bottas looks like he has more control over his emotions, and maybe that will make him the leader of the team. But I don't know. That is really something that I want to see into the new season. I get that the goal would be like to improve the car and get faster and not really compete with each other too much. But I bet that they want to race each other too. Why did the chief designer of Red Bull left? We don't know really. Yeah, he was there 20 years and there wasn't much of an explanation, but he just left. Now we see the Williams painted with red on the front wing. Speed trap is put in an area where the cars would achieve the highest speed, although they are achieving the higher speed a bit before that, and they're starting to slow down in the speed trap. I think, I don't know if intentionally or not. L Cook, thank you so much for that comment. Isn't Bottas more consistent than Perez usually? Yeah, I think you're right. Bottas might be more consistent, but we will see. That second Red Bull seat was not an easy thing to be consistent in, and Perez was the only one that has managed to be there so long. Okay, now we see Alpine and Williams. Williams is gonna try to pass the Alpine. Arrow is open for both. Oh, that's a big lockup for Alpine, and he goes off track. And then Williams passes through. Yeah, big lockup for Franco Volpinto. So why is the highest speed showing 332 for Bortoleto while we saw high speed 342 on live speed? Because that is showing only into the speed trap. You see in the map, in the straight line, there's like a white dot when they come out of the pits. That's the speed trap. So it is measuring the speed only there. But during the lap, they usually get to higher speeds. Usually in the main straight right before the speed trap. Danger, Stroll has left the pits. Yeah, Stroll is on track. So hopefully they fix the car. So we are looking now at the lockup of Colapinto from the perspective of Williams. So yeah, that was a lot of smoke, and he went straight out of the track. Cadillac has WEC power experience and playing with Ferrari power unit and two proven drivers. I'm betting on them. Yeah, the odds are on their side. some problem. We'll see Hamilton yet. Only 24 laps, so maybe there's something going on. But still, there's 1 hour and 20 minutes, so this might be per schedule. Yeah, they have new aero, so yeah, Lawrence is right. They might be adjusting something. Now we see Lance Stroll on track. Let's see if the car is fixed or we're gonna see another going to the beach. He's warming the tires. Active aero, closing the aero. So far, so good. I think this was the same place where he lost it last time. Let's see if he is gonna be able to push. Not sure if he's pushing because he's getting yellow mini sectors. He's on a 6 lap used medium tires. Quite a quick fix by the Aston boys. Yeah, that was quick. Maybe that it wasn't that big of an issue, but we don't know. Let's see if there's some update. Okay, so looks like the cooling vents on the Aston Martin have been changed again. So maybe the issue was with the cooling vents, I don't know. It's having a problem. Might be just because they have new aero and they are doing some setups there. Because he already has 24 laps. If he can do as much, it's going to be a good session for him. And he has the time to do 20 more laps. I think Aston will just do slow laps to check the car for at least 5 or so laps. Yeah, let's see. Let's see. He's going now to the main straight, so let's see if he's gonna push even more. Actually, I'm gonna be looking at what top speed he's gonna go. So he's pushing 279, 280 kilometers per hour. So he's not really pushing. Yeah, not even close to 300. They are being careful. Did he have another lockup? Someone is saying massive lockup from Stroll. Let's see. Now I'm looking at Williams and McLaren. McLaren is gonna be trying to race a bit with the Williams. Sainz and Piastri. Okay, this is good to see. They are very close. And let's see. Active aero is open. McLaren is closing in. Still can't pass. Now we go into the straight. Active aero open. And I think now is gonna be the time for McLaren. Yeah. To the right. And he's well, they're side by side. But on the inside, McLaren is gonna pass the Williams. Racing, yeah, test racing, let's say. You have to give experienced drivers the edge a bit more now. Max will be way ahead of Hajar, but that is Max. Yep, correct. So we are seeing a replay of the overtake by Piastri from his perspective. Let's see how it looks on the straight. Well, it looked really easy. Miss DRS. Let's see. Let's give it a chance to. Okay, yeah. Lance Stroll had another lockup and he slided a bit. Yeah, he went a bit off track. So Piastri, Sainz, and Stroll are on track. Piastri is racing other cars. Seems like he's trying to get a good feel for overtakes. Yeah, I think these 3 days they are gonna be trying to do some racing simulations and just not just to see how it's gonna be, but to feel the how the car is gonna be acting in when it is stuck into 30 air, or I was gonna say into DRS, but that's not gonna be a DRS now. Gasly is the other driver I expect to be miles ahead of teammate. Me too. We don't know if Hamilton is gonna come out again. There's still time, so he probably will be coming out to the, again, unless there's some issue that we are not aware of, because he only has 24 laps. To mention Aston Martin in driver difference, Alonso light years ahead of Stroll. Yep, exactly. Well, I mean, pretty much 90% of the grid, Alonso would be years ahead of the other drivers. So, too bad for Stroll. Now we're seeing Piastri, yellow sector 1, sector 2. This is not going to be a faster time, but it's going to be quick. Well, actually, I was wrong. 140, 139. Three teams will only have one driver able to score points regularly, so advantage to Cadillac. Early days, but you can tell the gap between the big four and the rest has increased. Yeah, I think so. You can see in the top 6 positions is the big teams, top 7 positions. And as I said, the times maybe are not important, but it's important who are gonna be the top 5, 6 teams. Those are probably gonna be the one in contention for the title. Isn't it Big Three plus Red Bull? Yeah, that's how it is. McLaren, Mercedes, Ferrari, and Red Bull. Yeah, Alonso only did the morning session. Now is Stroll. And Stroll did couple laps and he's back into the pits again. Hajar, he set a new personal time, 1:34.391. That doesn't put him ahead of Hamilton, but he has improved his time, mostly in Sector 1 and Sector 3, slower in Sector 2. Till the end of the day. Berman, Hajar, Colapinto, Lawson, Piastri, and Sainz are on track. I'm assuming almost all of the cars will be on track for the last power hour. Now Russell is getting out of the pits. Seven cars are on track. So we are missing the Aston Martin, the Cadillac, the Ferrari, and track is becoming really beautiful. Like you can see the orange sky, the sunset. Yeah, it looks beautiful. And you have the blue painted in. Still in the pits. He hasn't been out for a while. We don't know if it's an issue or because they have new aero. They are doing some changes in the setup in the car. Williams is now in the pits. I think they are quickly gonna go out again. All I can see is pushing. Times maybe we can get something more updated like this. In the pits, literally. Yeah. Hamilton is still in the pits. Yeah. Oh, there's Grash. He woke up. That was a short sleep. You should sleep longer, Grash. And you missed a red flag, of course. Now we are with Russell. Yellow sector 1, yellow sector 2. Audi is out on track with Bortoleto in the car. Stroll is also out on track, so we're kind of missing only Cadillac and Hamilton. Well, Grash, can you guess from first who caused the red flag? I know you can. Piastri's lap time is 1:33.469. That's the fastest. Oh, you won the lap times of Piastri. Well, let's go. Let's see where is Piastri. Here are his lap times. Yeah, pretty consistent with the mediums 139, 139, 138.8, 139.3. So, yeah, good stint. Russell is actually also doing similar stint previously, the previous stint. Yeah, it was Stroll. I mean, it was not driver's mistake in this case. It's something happened with the car, but it was Stroll into the gravel beach. Reese is saying racing statistics according to Sky Sports. Ferrari is working on the rear of the car. Okay. No, Stroll didn't do anything. Yeah, this time it was all the car. He was driving straight, and as soon as he closed the arrow and started shifting down, the car just went straight into the gravel, and it lost the back. No, he didn't forget to brake. This wasn't his mistake, from what we've seen. The natural habitat, yeah. Someone has just said that he needed to go and play some golf, and you see him beached in the gravel. So again on a fast lap, but this is yellow sector 1. Sector 2, and I am starting to get sleepy. But we have 1 hour to go. Kim Antonelli in the pits, quite relaxed. Yeah, someone said that they are working on the rear of the car for Lewis. We should see him again until the end. I mean, only 24 laps, that's too few laps. But as I said, I don't think anyone is gonna go faster than Piastri today. Well, actually, I missed. Stroll set a new personal best, 136.680, and Bortoleto set his new personal best, 135.511. Hamilton is not on track because they seem to be working on the back of the car. So hopefully we see him by the end of the session. 1 hour to go, 1 hour and 2 minutes. Piastri comes in for a quick pit and out again. It was 28 seconds spent into the pit for Piastri. 6 cars on track. Bortoleto, Stroll, Hajar, Russell, Piastri, and Colapinto. Stroll is going into the pits. So very consistent. Yeah, on the medium used 136.5, 136.5, 136.6, 136.6. Those are really consistent times. And if you go below that, yeah, again 136.5. Also, his previous stint was around this, a bit slower, so very consistent times. The race pace of Russell and Hajar is same, only 0.1 second behind them. Good. Okay, Mite. Bortoleto will be beast. I hear he will replace a Ferrari driver when one retires. He's waiting for a seat at Ferrari. Bortoleto, Berman. We'll see. Sky Sports, a vote has been submitted to the 5 power unit manufacturers with a super majority uh, is needed for the new test to be implemented for the summer break at the start of August. Yeah, we heard about that, but I'm not sure what they mean by super majority. So it's like if four of the manufacturers agrees and one disagrees, then it's gonna be implemented, or what does the super majority mean? Because I think everyone is gonna vote for that except Mercedes. Case this might pass, but I don't know if they are gonna like it. Like I don't think the other engine manufacturers are gonna let Mercedes have half of the season with this compression ratio thing. But maybe that might be the only thing that they can get from this. What was the time last year as a reference? Well, the pole position lap time in 2025 was 129.8. So it's like 3.5 seconds slower now. A lot of sparks on the car of Berman. That was fireworks. Others are Mercedes, Red Bull, Honda, F1 management, and 6 of the 7 are required for the measure to pass. Well, we know that Mercedes are not gonna vote for this, so it depends on FIA and F1 management. Unless the other manufacturers complain because they don't want to wait until August for this to be implemented. Cadillac team is pretty poor, but it would be nice to see how they did today to compare them to other. Okay, I will bring down the timing so you can see Cadillac too. Let's see. Here we go. There you can see Cadillac. 18 laps for Bottas and 24 laps for Perez. Colapinto, Bortoleto, Hadjar, and Russell are on track. August is as soon as it can be implemented, that I'm understanding from what I've heard so far. I think that's the proposal that for August, but yeah, I don't know. I haven't read anything, it's just what I heard from the other commentators. There's gonna be drama about this voting, so we will see what the others think. Sectors for Stroll previously. He improved actually his sector one time. But yeah. Cars be anywhere close to 2023 lap times? You mean 2022 or 2023? Because I don't know what were the lap times of 2023. Five minutes to go. Sector 1. The sectors. I think this time 134, 260. Yeah, I think he definitely could have pushed more into Sector 2 and Sector 3. Those were quite slower times. Sector. Most time was lost there. Lopinto entered the pits. Now we have Bortoleto, Hajar, Russell, and Stroll on track. Third sector was decent, but could have been better. Still, the top speed on in the speed trap is 332 kilometers per hour by Bortoleto. We just reached 1,300 likes, so if you haven't liked the stream, make sure to do so, and also make sure to subscribe to the channel. I need to set up the stream for tomorrow, so bear with me. See. Two. I think this is fine. Starting team top 3 easy if reliability holds. Did the Ferrari breakdown? We still wait them to come out. They seem to be fixing something on the back of the car, and Lewis just got 24 laps today. Yeah, they don't have much more time because towards the end we will see the tests for safety car, yellow flags, red flags. Probably there will be some standing starts, so they should come out if they want to do some more laps. Lance Stroll has set a new personal best, 136.338. They are only 3 seconds behind the leader, so they are improving. Not as he said, 4 seconds. Thus, Bottas is setting green sector 1. That's still quite slow, but it is faster than his previous time. Let's see, sector 2. I think he locked up. Yeah, Bottas locks up and goes away from the track. So that lap is ruined. Stroll is running slowly. Okay, he resumed. Pushing. What are the Honda RPMs right now? I think they're a bit better than last week, but still need some work. Why did Stroll go gray for a second? Yeah, he slowed down too much, but then he resumed. We were thinking he's gonna do another red flag. Yeah, we're looking for a replay of Bottas in the lockup. So let's see. Yeah, that's a big lockup, and he couldn't make the turn. Audi has apparently a good power unit. Yeah, I've read about them too. That is better than they expected. Danger. Stroll is slow in track. Yeah, Audi power unit is very high at RPM but overheats. If they can solve that, they will be in a good position. Pushing 7 cars on track. Hajar, Bortoleto now passing Lawson, Stroll, Behrman, Bottas, and Sainz. C1 and C2 are white, C3 and C4 are yellow, C5 is red. Okay. Wish I had looked that up before today. Yeah, I saw it somewhere and then I lost it. I was gonna show how many set of tires from each C1, C2, C3, C4, C5 everyone has, but somehow I closed that link, I think. So anyway, we're gonna go without it. Yeah, Lewis has been in the pits most of this session. I don't know if he's gonna be coming out. 46, 45, 46 minutes until the end, and there's still no word of them coming out. There's a long way to go this season, but it's expected and understandable. They are a brand new team. They have two great drivers, but the car will be the issue. Yeah, they have some work to do, but it is the way it should be. Bottas is a dark horse for 2026. I think that's pretty bold, but who knows? Maybe we're gonna see another Brown GP uh, season. That would be actually very cool. They only take 3 sets of slick tires to each track out of the 5. So what's red at one track would be yellow or white and another. Yeah, correct. But this is how they are marked for the testing because they want to test all of them. Every time Aston pits and comes out, they find more time. I don't understand how. Well, if the previous time is very slow, it's easy to find more time. Today, it looks like Aston Martin can go into Q2, far away from the bad performance from last week. In the morning session, it looked good, but they had some issues in the afternoon. But yeah, it looks like today it looks like they could be into Q2. But remember, for to go into Q2, now six cars are eliminated. So because we have 22 drivers, so they need to be faster than 6 cars. If Stroll has the car within 3 seconds, Alonso will have it on podium. Because Stroll should be a lot closer actually. 3 seconds is a lot. Bortoleto doing some very consistent laps, so let us look at his laps. Bottas, new personal, best 138.617. That is still P21. Bortoleto on the hard tire, used hard tire, 138.4, 137.8, 37.8, 37.9. Yeah, there are some consistent laps from Gabi. I think Aston is taking it easy because the engine, they need to ease on it and they are testing refrigerator cooling procedures, I guess. Yeah, we will know very quickly. I think the first race is on 8th of March. So let's think how many weekends that is. So we have tomorrow and Friday testing. Then we have one weekend off, and then we're starting the season. So that's very quickly. Yeah, the season is on actually. I mean, in just 1 week, that's nothing. We have waited way longer in the past. Watching Bottas and Checo go to the limit with that car seems painful at the moment. And although this is just testing, they'll look better in Australia, I'm sure. Still, it will be struggle for Cadillac. Yeah, 325 likes. For anyone that still hasn't clicked the like button, but you like what we're doing, make sure to do so. And if you subscribe, that really helps us out. And it's free to do. 7 cars on track: Berman, Colapinto, Piastri, Sainz, Lawson, Bottas, and Bortoleto. 40 minutes to go. Still no sight of Ferrari. Do you think that Hamilton now has better atmosphere in his garage? We don't know yet. Yeah, Cadillac another lockup. They went straight into turn one, and this was a big one. Yeah, a lot of lockups for Bottas. Seems like he's struggling with the car. Okay, there is Hamilton. And yeah, as Grash is saying, he has the Flovis paint on the front wing. Yeah, red Ferrari with blue on top and with green front wing. That's a livery. Sainz and Lawson seems to be battling, or no? Yeah, they had some spicy interactions in the 2025 season. Okay, yeah, this is a really close battle. Sainz is chasing Lawson. Let's see if he's gonna try to overtake or he's slowing down. It seems like he's slowing down. We'll see another mistake. It's back on track. Stroll, so Hamilton, Piastri, Lawson, Sainz, Colapinto, and Bortoleto. 8 cars on track. Hamilton has been in the pits for 28 minutes. Really? I thought it's a lot longer. So now, sector 1, yellow sector 2. Well, Stroll is pushing green sector 1. Let's see what he can do. That is yellow sector 2. Okay, Russell is pushing now. Purple sector 1. Let's see what he does in the sector 2. It's getting spicy. Okay, Russell in sector 2. It seems like he slowed down. Yeah. Yeah, he aborted the lap. Hamilton is on testing tires, prototype tires, so we don't know. Let's improve his personal time. 1:35.974. Missed the turn. Okay, he didn't back off, he missed the turn. Yeah, we're seeing the replay now. It's a bit of a lockup. See, Bortoleto and Stroll are really close. But I think Bortoleto is just gonna pass. Or maybe we're gonna see a bit of a battle. No, Bortoleto is going into the pits. Same for Stroll. 35 minutes to go. Just to let you know, tomorrow, this time from let's say about 4 p.m. until 4:35, I think that I won't be able to be commentating. So maybe we'll have music if no one else can join. It's around this time. Just to let you know. That's for tomorrow. Yeah, because I have a meeting I have to be in. But it will be quick and I'll be back as soon as it's done. Laps from Stroll, that's good for Aston Martin. Yeah, that's good. Russell, Hamilton, Colapinto, Piastri, Lawson, and Bottas are on track. What's the problem with Hamilton? Why so low on laps and speed? Yeah, I don't think he's pushing, but there's nothing wrong probably. Achievement for Aston Martin to cut their gaps from 4.7 seconds to get into 1:35s with minimal running. Assume it's engine modes and chassis setup that they've made progress on. Yeah, that's positive, definitely. The- I think that will go into pits, but I was gonna see. I didn't saw in his fast lap what was the top speed. Okay, Russell is trying again. Purple sector 1. Now green sector 2. So he's improving a lot. Let's see what is gonna happen in sector 3. There's some purple mini sectors. Yeah, I think he's definitely gonna improve his time, but will it be enough for P1? Is the 33,459. Very close to the time of Piastri, 0.01. So we have a new fastest lap, and I think this is gonna be the last one. Mercedes is showing off a bit. If Aston Martin get car reliability fixed, they still only have one real driver, so P5 in constructors is the limit. I agree. But maybe something will happen with Stroll, yeah. Suddenly he becomes very good. Or the car is very suited for him. Yeah, Russell nailed it. I think, well, last testing we had Mercedes 1 2 or Antonelli and Russell. I don't know. Valtteri Bottas setting a new personal best 1:37.246. It's good that Bottas is constantly improving, but they are still very far today. So going into the pits, woke up for racing bull, but he still manages to get the turn. Stroll get a sub 1:36 with maximum 302 kilometers per hour in the speed trap. Well, I don't know specifically at that lap what was the speed trap for Stroll, but for Stroll, let's see, where is his speed trap? Yeah, he is the slowest in the speed trap, 302 kilometers per hour. So in that lap, he did either 302 or even lower than that. Yeah, maybe even Aston, they're struggling, but who knows once the things get into place, what's gonna happen. trees on race runs. Yeah, exactly. 138.9 last lap. And news on why Ferrari it's so long. Yeah, apparently they were doing something on the back of the car, but we don't know. They have new aero today, so they might have been doing some setups and updates there. That racing guy says my order would be Mercedes, McLaren, Ferrari, Red Bull. Aston has heating issues, hence why they aren't doing longer stints. Is Lewis going to go for a fast lap before session ends or no? We don't know. That's not something that we can know. That's why Colapinto looks okay. 55 laps for Colapinto, 62 laps for Bortoleto. Nice mileage. Aston problem is gearbox more than engine. Is sun buying the most? We'll know that in 3 weeks. Yeah. Doubt since Mercedes is the best car out there, what are the chances of other teams to win? Like, what are the variables? Is Mercedes going to dominate all season? Explain me like a noob. Well, first of all, we don't know if Mercedes is the best car out there yet. And we won't know until Australia. So we kind of know which are the top teams and is the same four since last year, but we don't know who can be the fastest. How is testing so far in your opinion? I don't know what to say on that really. Yeah, overall, it seems like we are having like leaders standing out and back markers standing back, but it's a bit messy with everything that is changing, and it's premature to be able to say how is it going. We have 8 cars on track now. Ajar, Colapinto, Bortoleto, Lawson, Hamilton, Piastri, Russell, and Stroll. No one is improving. 25 minutes to go. Yeah, it's because there's 25 minutes to go and everyone wants to put as much as they can uh, for today. And soon we're gonna have the tests for red flags, yellow flags, and all the procedures. So yeah, it's C4 soft compound. Let's see. Into sector 1. Is he pushing? No. That's a yellow sector 1. Aston Martin is making 135 with issues. What it will be when they fix it? We will see once they fix it. I would say is if Red Bull is within 6 tenths of the leading pace, Max is a contender. Yeah, that's definitely. But we don't still know if Red Bull is within 6 tenths because everyone is standbying. It's out of lap but prepares for it's like sector 1 is yellow, but that's still pretty quick. Sector 2. So Bearman is improving. Green sector 1. It's more interesting to watch now because he can make a big jump in the standings. It doesn't seem like Hajar is going to improve his time. Everything is green for Bearman in the mini sectors in sector 2. Yeah, no improvement for Hajar. A Bearman sector 2. That's another green one. Now let's see in the final sector. So P13, 135.778. So Curse is even more powerful than the Ferrari Curse. Anytime he moves to a team, their car goes crap. Every time he leaves a team, that team suddenly builds a way better car. Yeah. Bortoleto, let's see. Bortoleto is improving. Green sector 1 with one purple mini sector. Okay, let's see in sector 2. Some green mini sectors. That's a green mini sector. Green sector 2 also. So he's gonna improve, I assume, but I doubt that he's gonna change position because yeah, let's see. The guys ahead are far ahead from him. Bortoleto going into the main straight, and that's improvement. 135.263, but still remains P10. But he comes very close to Colapinto in P9. Nineteen minutes until session ends and the day one ends. Battle of Cast battle. This was a bit dangerous. Simbu went off track, and when he rejoined, that was a really close call with the car behind. Who was it the Aston Martin? Well, it wasn't that close, but still dangerous. Paris on C4 soft. We have Bottas and Russell very close to each other, and Hamilton behind, actually Hajar behind Hamilton. They're not so close though. Okay, we see, yeah, Bottas has passed Russell, but Russell is now following. Yeah, that's a kind of like overtaking a Mercedes. Carries that, yeah, I bet. Sector 1, Sector 2 is not going to be improving much, well, at all. Now we have Bottas, green Sector 1, green Sector 2. He improved his time, 1:36.798, but that still leaves him into P20. But we don't know which team is fastest in quali. That's why we are trying to find out. And we won't know until the first race in Australia. To achieve high top speed but not entering the top 5 means they are weak in the corners. Yeah, exactly. 332 for Bortoleto, and second is again Audi driver Hulkenberg 328. This is on the speed trap though. Lance out of car, wheels are off the car. So yeah, they are not gonna be coming back. 15 minutes only. I don't think Aston Martin is gonna do any more laps. They have 26 laps for Stroll and 28 for Alonso. He's gonna try to overtake here Hamilton on the main straight. It's open. He may on the main straight. Too fast on the straight. Being replay was a nice little battle. See some improvement again from Bottas. Will he be able to improve his time? In second sector. Now see Williams and Mercedes, but Mercedes just moves away. 12 minutes to go, guys. So make sure to like the stream and subscribe to the channel. We will be here tomorrow again, from the morning until it ends. Looking at test, it seems these cars are 3 seconds slower. Yeah, we expect them to be slower. Top 7 within 1 second when 10 cars in midfield within 1 second, and it's early in testing. Sector 1. Hamilton is on 18 laps old used medium tires, so definitely not on new one. Actually, I was wrong. I was looking at Leclerc. Hamilton is on even older, 25 laps, medium used tires. Then 373 likes. Can we get to 1500 likes? I was hoping 2000 would be the goal for today, but I think even 1500 will be a stretch. So he sent me the chart with the tires like half an hour ago. See it. So basically, most of the teams are gonna be testing the C3 yellow tires. Well, have tested today C3 yellow tires. McLaren has more C2. Audi has more C2. And yeah, I think that's it. All the other teams are pretty much testing the C3 tires mostly. For the C5, only Williams, Aston Martin, Alpine, and Cadillac, they have 1 or 2 sets. So no one else is bringing those. Session, but yeah, it's good to mention it tomorrow. It's, I think, valuable. See someone on the C5 tires from the 4 teams that brought them, but that would be good to see. Okay, virtual safety car, safety car. Now we see yellow flags and red flag. That's just standard testing. It's 9 minutes to go, so yeah, they are just testing the systems. No one has done anything worth mentioning. eight cars on track, but everyone I think is gonna be going into the pits. We see Lawson now entering the pits, Piastri entered the pits, Behrman, Sainz is going into the pits. Jack, Hamilton, Colapinto, Bortoleto, Russell, and Bottas. We're gonna wait for them to get into the pits, and I guess then they will come out to do some practice starts. Some of questions still to be answered for all teams and drivers. See the procedures. They're testing the systems and they're all coming out again. So Piastri, Lawson, Sainz, Colapinto, Hamilton, Bortoleto, Russell, and Bottas. Is that everyone? We're missing Hajar. Missing Hajar, Stroll, Hajar, and the Haas. The Haas is so missing Stroll, and Stroll is not gonna come out. So these 10 cars are gonna have standing start practice. They are warming the tires. Yeah, this practice is gonna be interesting. Let's see if someone stalls. Yeah, Aston Martin won't be coming out. They are. They decided not to do that. I think style when you can finish the race, right? Okay, then go to the main straight and see them taking their places. Just go there, gonna practice the start. This will be good to see. Let's Stroll do a practice standing start on day one. Okay, let's leave Stroll alone. See how this goes. And see also the board when they are shutting down the lights. That's interesting. Everyone is getting in place. They are starting like not, I think, in every row, like the first row, third, fifth, not too close. It's not blinking those lights, I think, the safety lights on the mirrors. All the others are. I don't know if that's an issue or they just didn't turn them on. So everyone is in position now. Yeah, the Ferrari doesn't have the lights blinking. They got to start, yeah. The extra formation lap. So we are gonna watch them once again go over the track and do the standing start again. Tires. Maybe now uh, Hamilton will turn on the blinkers. To start, see Piastri first, then Kajal, then Williams, Alpine, Ferrari. See how this goes. It says, I think Aston doesn't have confidence in their car at all, so they don't want to risk with procedures like this. Could be. Set on places. I think Ferrari now has the blinkers. Or maybe not. Yeah, I'm not sure. I can see from here. So 1, 2 light, 3, 4, 5 lights, and start. So yeah, we have yellow lights, and then we see some racing. So stop not 20 seconds as they were saying that. think this is it for today. Let's see if they're gonna go into the pits, but I'm pretty sure they will. I'm gonna stay a bit longer. I think caused a red flag. That was just testing the systems. To the pits, and with that we can end today's stream. So everyone, make sure to subscribe to the channel, click the notification button and all notifications. And right now I will take you to the stream of tomorrow, so make sure to leave a like there, because that really helps a lot to kickstart the stream tomorrow. So leave a like to the future stream, you'll be taken there right away.